think this song's very chill either. It makes me feel like I'm in trouble, like I'm being pursued. I'm gonna skip this one. Look at this one. I wouldn't call this chill either. It's a little more aspirational. This one's sad. Okay, I think this one works. Hi, it's me, Scott. How are you today? It's sunny again. I've got sunshine on my face. Camera seems okay. Applause backplays. I renamed the things, I think. I think we're streaming. That's kind of weird because when I look in the dashboard over here, it seems like I've been streaming for 24 hours, which I'm pretty sure is not true. If I refresh you. 1 minute. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. Hi. Hello. I'm Scott. And we've been making a thing. We've been making this. We're working on this Twitch dev challenge thing to make something with channel points. And by and large, I don't think I like channel points very much, and I don't think I like the API very much, but we started making a thing anyway. And yeah. So after yesterday, I did work a little bit more last night on figuring out some auth stuff, just because I wanted to, even though it wasn't very exciting. And I think I have an idea of how to do it. So today, and I broke some stuff because I made a new client ID for SleepyKeys, which is the name of this thing now. So we'll have some work to do this morning to be able to add, probably the first thing we're going to do is be able to add and remove rewards, because we have to do it ourselves, which is annoying. But let's just do it. Let's just start. So here's the tree. I think I want to look at, not that tree, but let's say a different tree. I can look at this cool shirt. This nice golden tower. Is that a diving board? Is it the same friend from yesterday, but in a different hat? Okay, we'll go with this. This seems nice. Okay, so yes, I did work on some auth stuff yesterday, and it seemed a little better, at least like that auth flow where I was cheating and just like pasting in the authorization key. We actually get the authorization key now and all that stuff. I will probably accidentally show that on stream. Like accidentally show that, but it won't be that big of a deal if I do, because the key is only authorized to look at my channel point redemption, so it's not like it's that important. So there's a couple things. Probably the most pressing thing is to be able to add rewards, because right now we have none. Because last night, like I mentioned, I made a new ID. Very sunny on my face. The microphone, that's what I forgot. Well, sorry about that. I'm guessing the audio. How is it? I'm over here. It's not the worst thing I've seen. It's just not very good. So let's put this here. Yeah. I remembered most of the things. Of all things for me to forget, it was to put the microphone where it goes. Weird. My mouse suddenly has weird little bubbles on it. They're actually kind of gross. I think I'm past due for a new mouse. There's just like rubber on the side, and then it's starting to grow warts. Weird bubblies there that are kind of disconcerting to feel. Not into it, actually. Okay, so what are we going to do? We need a way to... We already know how to list rewards. The main thing we need is a way to add a reward, I think. So for just like this, we have this form that describes how to add a command. And we need a form that describes how to add a reward, I believe is the thing we need. So this is so annoying. There's like no reason for us to do this except that Twitch is making us. Like, there's already a form on the Twitch website for adding rewards. It's just that we can't process those. We have to make our own to be able to process them, which is a decision that I will continue to complain about because I think it's not a good decision. I think it's antagonistic against the people who want to use your API. so we started this, and we'll probably... So basically a command is just a list. Commands, list all the commands. So we'll just kind of want to do something similar here, I think, where we need... Yeah, we're just going to go through some boilerplatey kind of stuff. To begin with. Why don't you think you need to highlight that? Visual Studio? You just don't feel like it? Am I crazy? There's just some silly error. I also was experimenting with doing builds, just using this node setup called package. Okay, so we need a reward. Do we actually have that? I wonder why are these not syntax highlighting? Is that weird? We have a template, maybe a script, and we have an export default in the script. Okay, so rewards is we're just going to start just by having a reward. And we'll worry later about, you know, there it goes. We're populating these. And so it's going to be very similar to our setup for a command. I mean, we're basically going to have just a bunch of form fields, and we'll just take this for now because it's a string-based thing. And so and I can't remember exactly what all the terminology is, so we'll have to look it up, like what those things mean. I'm having cable issues today. Get out of my way. Okay. That's a good spelling. Well, we can name these things that are more sane later. Let's fix our full spelling. A webbook. A webbook. Okay, and then we're gonna start to have problems probably, but we'll figure them out. I don't think I could specify, I thought there was a way to specify a default. You know? Or I could just specify it one level up. Because really, we should never be in a situation where we have a... We would never be looking at that page without data. I don't think. Why are there vocals when I specifically selected the no vocals button? Why? Why? Okay, so what do we want to do this? I think defaults to the V2. Yes, V3. But don't take me to the page. Good. That's an annoying thing. Okay, props. Yeah, so there's this alternate syntax that's like props. Model value, type is an object. Default equals. I don't know if that's exactly right, but I think something like that. Default. Okay, took some doing. Now we have a thing. Funny, we didn't put the card. We did the card from the outside, which was maybe a silly choice. I don't know. I don't know how to think about that. Okay, so we need what? Let's bring up that channel points editor. Manage channel points. We can just delete these because those were they're built with another client ID, so we can't use them. So reward name. I think this is technically called the prompt. So I think all we really care about, I think name and cost maybe is all we actually need. So let's just start with that because everything else I don't care very much about. So ugh. So we want to create custom rewards. The only things that are required, yeah, are title and cost. So to start with, we will only do those two things. What if you can have a zero cost? So there's, I think you can do, I can't remember, we'll see. Yeah, so that sees it as a number. Does that matter? No. Okay. Let's make it cost 1 by default and say that. Funny that it let me do that. I could type it in, but not. I'd have to put some validation. Okay. So we have these now. Enter reward title. The reward title and award cost. Let's capitalize some things. Question is, we could validate on input instead of this. Can I still do that with no value? If number. No life is yours this morning. What am I going to do without life is yours? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just put a card around this. However you do that. So we do a card and then a card body. So, like, I'm tempted to say that this is all we handle, and then we say, hey, if you want to edit other stuff, you can do it on Twitch. So what do we want to actually do here? There's a couple things. So we probably want to handle this differently than commands. I don't know. I'm pretty torn on exactly what we want to do here, because maybe we actually don't want to edit rewards all in one page like we have the commands set up. I don't know. I guess let's... I don't know, man. So that would do that, and that would emit the update. And then we would just get it. So that would work. Probably want to rename some of these things too. So that is presumably updating a model, but it's a model that's not bound to anything. So, but like, if we had a rewards collection here, I don't know. It's kind of annoying because we could also just say that, like, oh, this is just the editor. You only edit one at a time, so it just knows and it handles all of the editing internally, which would be different than how we did the commands. So that would look more like, you know, idle. And we wouldn't even do the prop. And then we would just do this. And then, presumably, oh, what have I done wrong? Oh, sure, because in this case, we really can do a V model. Right? We don't have to do the... I don't know if this is how we do this. So that's then updating. I accidentally bound this to cost instead of title. So I can get a title, and I can get a cost. Great. And if I want to save this, so we'd send this reward to our server, and then we would do the either an update or a create, depending on whether or not we had an ID. Right? It's the populating of this, though. Where do we want to get the data? Where do we want to get it the first time? I guess we can just pass it in from the outside. But then it's a prop, and we just unpropped this. So either we would pass in an ID and we would download the data ourselves, or we would pass all the data in. If we pass it in, it's a prop, and then we have to put back the stuff we just removed, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. So actually, I have a question about that. So let's go back. Let's get our prop back. And this is lame because I want to keep part of this, but not the rest. Okay, we'll just... So say we did keep it this way. And then down here, I don't know if this works, but let's try it. It's just weird if this isn't bound to something, does it exist? Like it is the value comes from model value cost. Like it seems like no. If that's not, if the prop isn't actually bound to something. I don't know. I don't really like it. Alternatively, this is just like a standalone edit page, and it gets an ID, and it retrieves the value itself, which it could do. But we would have already downloaded them. I don't know. I don't really... not really like any of my options here. Because it's kind of funny to do this. Does it just recognize that this doesn't exist and it's like, yeah, whatever, just forget it? Or did I do something wrong? Which is also always very possible. Yeah, because I mean, it wouldn't know, right? It wouldn't know because we're not doing this part of things. So how do we want to do that? Do we ever want to send this data back? I think no. I think the other way was actually the right way. I could be very wrong, but I think this is how we're going to do it. And then we don't care about the input because these are, we can use v model here because we're not sending this out because this data, you know, maybe you cancel it, maybe whatever. We don't, this data is very transient until we decide that it isn't. That's all right. And then down here we'll have a what did we decide this is? ME2? Oh, it's strange. Okay, so we can save, we can cancel, we can add stuff. Yes, more UI. That's going to be most of this project from this point on, unfortunately, I think. So I'm adding the things so we can add rewards here. And then add, and then once we add a reward, we can pick it for the commands. I also need to decide, so another thing about the client-side view, which I generally like the client-side view, is we can't, problem with client-side view. Yeah, this is a little weird one. I like routing, you know, how do we handle routing if we want to do a single page application, which I do. I think I want this to be all single page. So either I do the routing myself and just work based on whatever, you know, hashtags in the URL in the location string, which we could do, or we switch to a more traditional view setup that's all has a build process and all that jazz. Client-side view routing location hash. There's probably a way to do this. Or is there a way to do this? I just don't know. When I looked at the thing we're using, that client side, whatever, that single page component loader, a single file component loader, I didn't see anything about routing with it. And I don't know if that's because it's just laughable, like, oh, of course you can't, or if it is a little more like, of course you can. I don't know. Current component. Render, return this current component. I don't know. We'll try. Simple routing from scratch. Maybe this is what we actually want. Instead of using the view router library, just do this really simple and use location hashes, perhaps. Perhaps. We don't even need location hashes. We can have the full URL if we want, because we don't care. Server side, we don't really care. Okay, to save a reward, for example, we would need to So for example, on commands, when we save commands, we do this whole jazz. So we're going to say when you put to a reward, we'll do essentially the same thing. The body will be this.reward, and we're going to push to /reward. And we'll just make an endpoint that is a put, and when we put it there, we'll put the reward. And I think that's all we really need. We really need to tidy up this file at some point. So that is to get all rewards. We want to put a single reward, I guess, app.put. So if you put one file, we'll probably want to, we've got a lot to think about, but that's okay. So like this basically, updating reward. We don't know about this, so this is where we'll do the thing. So the thing that would be a little tricky, I wish you could do an add or update, but I'm sure you can't. I'm sure those are two different things we have to do, so we'll look and see. I mean, maybe you can. I guess we'll find out. So we did it. We have no ID, and we have these things. So now we need to look at the documentation for if we want to add a custom reward or create custom reward, whatever it's called. Get custom reward. Create custom rewards. We need to post to this endpoint. With the broadcaster ID, this is all, we got all this stuff. Title and cost. Okay, but if we want to update one, update custom reward. Looks like the same endpoint, except we have an ID of the custom reward. So it's actually the same query, it looks like, it's just whether or not the ID exists. So, okay, I need a quick restroom break and I'll be right back. Made a tactical error today. Oh, we're getting blown out. Let's lower the gain to 32. Yeah, so I definitely did the thing where I'm like in dire straits concerning laundry. That's my laundry. What? Oh, hang on. Wait, no. There, my laundry bag. I don't have any quarters. I'm out of, and I don't want to go out into the world right now to get quarters. So maybe it'll wait till tomorrow, and I'll do like a expedition into the wastelands to get some quarters. Okay, so what are we doing? So okay, if that's true, and we really can. Oh no, it's not. It's a patch call. That's a little bit annoying. So the method changes based on whether it's a patch or not. I'm sorry, whether or not we have an ID. Yeah, sure. Water is water. I'm noticing a trend in your speech patterns. You've been watching The Incredibles? Okay, so this is a bit annoying. Like in this case, it's an update. In fact, we can just say like let method, and if there's an ID, then method equals patch. Else method equals. I wonder if it cares if we stick in an ID anyway, you know, like in the query string. And so basically we just construct everything exactly the same, but just change the method one way or the other. I don't know. So what do we actually need in the query? I just don't know if it's going to get mad if we have the ID here. You know, it's going to freak out. I don't know. I don't know if I really like the way that I did some of this stuff, but hey, gotta start somewhere. So we have a user ID, which we now have in the config. I don't even know the last movie I saw. I don't see movies. I'm sure I've ranted about this before, but I'm pretty done with passive media. I used to love movies and watch movies constantly and go to the movies constantly. The last movie I remember seeing in the theater. Okay, I did see, because I got so hyped and I was with a friend, before the pandemic started, I did go see Parasite, which I did not like as much as I'd hoped. But before that, I think it'd been years. Like, I just don't watch movies. Okay, so I have a query, I have a URL, I have a method, I have a body. If I just pass this body straight through, there's probably some reason that I shouldn't do that, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And then I did make some changes where you do have to explicitly do the headers every time, which is a little annoying, but not that annoying. I don't even know what I've decided is my preferred order. Oh shoot. Got doesn't do the method thing, does it? I would prefer that it did, actually, in this case. Okay. So apparently I can't. I have really liked plenty of other movies. I liked, so it's the same director as The Host, right? Definitely liked plenty of other Korean movies, but Parasite just didn't. It was fine, I would say. How do I want to do this? It's like this plus. I don't know. I don't really know what order I prefer to do this in. Feels so verbose. We'll probably want to. I mean, I don't. This is probably a bad idea, actually. So. I did love what other Korean movies do I like? Host, Mother, Old Boy. The whole that whole Vengeance trilogy. I have sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. Oh, what are they? Yeah, the Vengeance trilogy. I didn't like the other ones quite as much. I think Old Boy is. Mr. Vengeance is just sad. Like it's just a. Ugh, it's just a like it's a, like a. Every part of it is so sad. That's funny. It did so poorly. I mean, it's just kind of heartbreaking because it's just like everybody. It's a bad situation for everybody. Old Boy's great. Lady Vengeance. I don't actually remember Lady Vengeance very much. Okay. So presumably this works. So buy me a pony. Pony. Save reward. Oh. Nice try. Data is not defined. Sure. Buy me a pony. $100. Must it? That is what is in request body. Definitely doesn't like us passing. Oh. Oh, I just that. Right. Interesting. Does that mean this failed? Dollars. Did I say dollars? You can buy your pony with, what is it, kroner? Oh, it worked. So why didn't I get a result? Maybe they just... Oh, it looks like there should be a return. Is it because we were supposed to get JSON back? This is getting a little bit untidy, I have to say. I thought we found that got had a thing where we could just automatically get JSON back. But maybe I'm misremembering because it doesn't look like we do that. No, response type JSON. So now the problem, though, is that this will already exist. So this is going to be new. So we're going to have two things called Buy Me a Pony. So is this a bad request because it already exists? Yeah. And my response is still undefined. What? Oh, of course. We want the whole response. Buy me a third pony. And we get so many things back. Probably actually only want the body back. Good grief. Why is this? Buy me a final pony. Oops. No. I didn't mean to close the window. Just wanted to delete the buffer. Okay, so how do I know if it worked? Like if it's successful, 1,000 kroner? That was the get customer reward redemption. Where is the update? Delete customer reward. Create customer rewards. Delete. Get. Where's update? Create, delete, get. Update customer reward. Why does this come after this? So we should be able to check the status, and if the status is good, we know we're good. So I think we want to return what, like, can we just pass through the status? Status right. Response status code. $200. So I guess we just pass the status and the body directly back. So this is just sort of a wrapper. That kind of thing. Maybe. So now am I going to have 1 million rewards? Look at all my nice rewards. So here's the thing. If I wanted to be lazy, we could stop here and just say, hey, if you want to edit this thing or if you want to delete it, you need to go to Twitch and do that. Like I could just say I'm not gonna build the way to do that. That would be the passive aggressive way. The problem is that that's like saying, you know, passive aggressive in terms of saying, I think the API is bad. Why should I have to do this? But the person who suffers there is the user, which is not cool. So I'm like making the user suffer because of questionable API choices. So, I don't think they'll care. I don't think they. I don't know how to make a. You kind of can't make a big company suffer. So what do I want to do here? Do I actually want to go through the trouble to make ways to like do this? Kind of don't. So there's a form, you know, somebody wants to edit it or delete it. It's right here. I don't know, man. There's also this annoying problem if we get set up and we add kind of want to just make a page that says like, hey, Twitch requires just kind of say here like, hey, guess what sucks? I don't know. We could set up this router. Let's switch to routing for a second. I think that will make me feel a little better. So we've got all this nonsense here. That's the component, mount app. How do we decide? So what was didn't we have some documentation for that? But we saw the like, where was the thing that was easy? Routing, Vue.js. We just wanted to do a really easy router. And all we said was, we're going to mount an app, but we're not going to have anything in here yet. It's a little bit tricky. We'd probably want to rename all of our endpoints to be like /API or something, but I think we'd want to Is there a create app? Yeah, there is. So we could kind of just cram this right in here. It's almost certainly going to break everything, but just bear with me. I see. And then here's where we would define our routes. So for example, in here we'd say interface. Yeah, great. Now, so here's my problem, is I want it to be... How can I reference this particular interface? So in this scenario, do I not... Do I do this? I don't know, I'm just guessing here. So like the current route, the current component, so that's right. And then async component wrapper. Yeah. Feel like there's something about this loader. Maybe we can't do this, or maybe we just have to come up with what the right syntax is. I'm a little unsure, because unfortunately current component, define async component. Look, it certainly seems like there should be a way to do this thing. I have to say, I think I preferred this the other way. Define an async component. Like maybe there's a way. So maybe it's actually like I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Like, clearly... If I could look up that particular component... by name, maybe that's a thing to do? But I seemingly cannot. But maybe it's going to be like $sign components or something like that, you know? I don't exactly know where to... The component registration... That could be interesting. Local registration. Like, I just am a little bit at a loss on how to resolve these two things. If I look in the route, because the route needs a reference to the component. Which I kind of thought that I would get from doing this up there, but like, I don't know, define async component, like maybe that's just not right. Okay, what was the dynamic component? So this one has this like variable. So that could be a way to do this. Where do you actually... So this is attribute comp. So maybe we could do it this way. Handle routing like this. So we could have... current component. And then we would need to do something like this. And then we would maintain current component. Guess this could really be like a current route. And then trick is here, it says. Okay, I think we're kind of on the way to something. And we don't actually need this. Interface view. So we're pretty close. I think it's just a path problem. So just components. Hey, how about that? Look at our dynamic routes. Okay. So the problem, of course, is that like these are, yeah. So we need to route everything to, how do we want to do this? We basically want to route everything else. I got to think about this for a second because it's pretty weird. I mean, maybe it's not that weird, but I do have to think about it for a second. Like we just want to route if stuff doesn't go somewhere else, we want it to go to the home page. So is it just this? And if this happens, we want to send it to yeah. So we want to send everything. Wait, did you just say you got to go screw your car? Excuse me? I'm sorry? You need to do what? Are you okay? Deprecated. Use send file instead, okay? So basically we always want to serve index.html if we don't know what else to serve. So that's fine. And then we can do weird stuff. Okay, so now we need to do probably making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but what are you going to do? Current route is not going to be this. Current route is going to be... Okay, great. I'll stream for 7 hours. Perfect. It's a date. That's funny. So this is always right, I guess. Window location path name. Interesting. And this is going to be mad because we don't have that route. We just default to this. Or just default to interface. Yeah, so let's default to interface. So if we wanted to say reward, this is a little annoying. This isn't going to allow for, like, you know, adding variables to roots unless we make it do that. I don't know. I don't know how I want to deal with that, but maybe I don't care. Like for now, I don't know exactly how I want to do this. But we could do, for example, we probably would need to make like some kind of 404 one. I don't know. Am I making this too complicated? Should we just be using the real view router instead of building our own thing? I just don't know how to tie the view router into this nonsense. This like magical component loader. Well, that's kind of nice, so we can do one reward if we want. I don't know. I feel like we're getting off track a little bit because if we go this route, it just feels like we're going to have to customize a bunch of stuff that we don't want to customize. We also really probably want a tidier way to do this. Just so we don't have like an enormously long page of a bunch of things and your eyes just glaze over. Be kind of nice to save them individually. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know the answer, but we can now create a reward and then we can map stuff to those rewards. All right, now we can't edit rewards, but that's probably fine. But maybe we should be set up to do that. I don't know. Like, the routing. I just, like, if we could use the router. Without having to get fancy. Like if we could use the router and still say in our happy client side land, that could be okay, but it's feeling a little more and more like that's not going to be realistic. And the other thing that I just don't know is like, if you're setting up Vue and you're going to host it with Express, but you need the build step, like what's the right strategy for that? Like what's the right way to use Vue with Express? If I wanted to just say like, we're just going to do it, we're just going to make a Vue app, it'll be fine. Yeah, so we'd have like a whole... Interesting. Like totally set up a Vue inside here. Like, what is telling us to serve the client folder? It's not really... I don't want to do that. I really want to do server-side rendering. Yes, best way to use Vue Express. Great. It says 2 projects separately. I don't want to do that. Sounds annoying. To dist. Kind of annoying. So just to explain what the problem is normally if you're just developing Vue, like, and you use all of their tools and the Vue command line tool and all that stuff, it'll spin up its own server and all that is fine. But in working on Express, I want to have that server running so I have my backend. And so I'm just trying to see if there's some common pattern for doing both of those things at the same time. I don't see a super obvious way. That's if we decided to do, you know, everything by the books and like build a Vue. How do I want to handle that? Because it feels like we might get down this path where... So the reason I'm worried about it is it feels like we're headed down a path where we will care about routing. Where, like, routing is going to be a thing that matters to us. And just weirdly, there's just no mention of how you might use that loader with Vue router. And maybe I'm making it harder than it should be. Like maybe there is just some really obvious way. But I kind of don't think so. mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe I really could just do that. Like do this. Can we just try it? Oh my gosh. How many? That's a lot of ponies. Yeah, where am I going to put all these ponies? That's a problem. It's a serious problem. I didn't plan on that. I guess maybe I should delete those. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe we should just have infinite pony rewards forever. I want to do the game Pony Island. What happened? Did that dev ever make a new game? That was a good game. That's not the game. Wait, what was it called? This game. So who was the developer? Daniel Mullins Games. Daniel Mullins Games. Daniel Mullins. Daniel Mullins. Daniel Mullins. Okay, Daniel Mullins, what are you up to? Oh, the Hex. That's a very Newgrounds background, Daniel Mullins. Shh. Okay, I kind of want to know this, though. Interesting. Very positive. I don't think I heard of this. Interesting. And then inscription. Like there's cards. Get on the beta. I liked Pony Island quite a lot. Maybe I should try those other games. Pony Island. Good. I mean, this Pony Island also looks great. Not really what I was thinking of. I guess it's Pony Space Island versus Pony Island, all one word. Okay, so can I just do this? How does this work? So all this stuff is nonsense. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. Like, how do I get those components? I feel like that was the whole issue we just had because of this load module thing. Is there a right way to do this? The component with the define async component. Tell me not to use this. I mean, that kind of looks like a thing that I can do. Maybe it's smart enough to just figure it out. Look, if my routes are... Oh boy. How do I do this? feels like I've got problems here. Oh, because I got more work to do. I gotta do, let me close 8,000 tabs. So those are my routes. Then I need to create a router. And then I just want to create app. And then app use the router. Does this look right? Routes for each, because routes should be an array and not an object. We can do that. Then each of these should actually be objects, and it will be path and component. How's that look? I think it worked. I mean, I don't know if it really worked, but it kind of looks like it worked. So that one would be wrong. So the syntax, this is a little annoying. Like, I don't love this. It feels like there's something wrong here. Like, it feels like I'm doing something wrong, but is defined using define async component instead of what? So this says, really? I don't believe you. Kind of don't believe you. Okay, then the hash sucks. We don't really want the hash. There's a way to do that where you don't use the hash anymore. Different history modes. We don't want that. We want just actual create web history. Okay, so we do that. Where do we do that? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, so this actually works all still client side. It's still, I mean, web stuff is always a headache. I'm making it a little bit more of a headache on myself because I'm trying to do this all without a build step where all the view stuff runs client side, which was working, but then I want to use the routing module. And I just wasn't sure that I was going to be able to do those two things together. But it actually seems like I am. So that's good. There's still some goofball stuff to figure out for sure. I may need to go reference another project to remember how to do it. So for example, like if the commands editor, I should just be able to add routes. So that's to edit a single reward. because we'll want to simplify some things, because right now I have everything crammed into a single page, basically. Oops. So I can't do /commands. Oh, interesting. Because we have the API there. So let's do a thing probably where all of these endpoints need like we'll just make these all API endpoints. And that's going to break every single thing, but that's okay. We'll fix it. Just because I want, yeah. I want to be able to keep that very separate. So for example, on commands here in the mounted, we actually need to do API rewards. That's kind of interesting that define async component. What if I don't do that? Doesn't work. So at least with this thing, I do need to do that, whatever that's worth. Okay, so we can go to commands. That means on our main interface, we don't want this, and it can just say, hello. Hi. And then we don't need any of this stuff in here because we're not going to do that stuff in here. Oh, wait. Maybe I didn't tell the truth. Commands. No, we're not binding to anything. I don't know why I have this here. Because I don't think that matters. The interface can just be, hi. Hello there. And then all our commands will be here. I don't have a way to delete commands yet. That's probably the thing I want. Yeah, I do. Setting up CRUD for this. I just don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, so let's go to this. Get started. We just want that very simple, like this kind of thing inside the app. Like this is going to be our hello app. And then we want commands, rewards. The authorized page is a tricky one. And in fact, this isn't even true because there's only a single reward, but we're gonna ignore that for a moment. We'll just continue to ignore everything. It's funny how it took like 1 hour or maybe 2 hours to just build the functionality we wanted, where this thing does what we want it to do, but now have to spend a week building the user interface. Kind of annoying because we have pretty much all the functionality we want. Is that a thing I can do? It's a button link. So rewards is actually wrong. This reward. So we can add a single reward. We can edit all our commands, which is just a mess. I think having all those listed. So some high-level things we need to decide. One is, how far do we want to go with our reward editing, or do we just want to say, we just give you an interface to add rewards, and if you want to edit them, you need to go to the Twitch page, or if you want to delete them. Also, do we want to just say, hey, commands are always paired with rewards, always? And so you don't even pick a reward here. It's just that, you know, per reward, wonder why that didn't work. Okay. I don't know what I did to make that not work. So I can edit these, buy me a third pony. So like the idea being either rewards are just things, and when you wanna add commands to a reward, you click a reward and then go edit them or add them. Which and there's always only basically one command per reward. Which I kind of like. It makes the back end a little more annoying because then we have to slice and dice that stuff a little more. But it means on the front end, it really is as simple as like, hey, here's a list of your rewards. That's it. Here's a list of your rewards. And you can add them or whatever. But if you want to edit the commands for them, you click that reward and then you are only editing commands for that one reward. And then we have to come up with some goofball thing. But I think that's still okay. I think it's preferable to this. This is kind of nice on the back end because it's like, hey, we just have one data structure that has all the data, and then when you want to change all the data, you send all the data, and it's fine. I had considered, I had considered the idea of keying this differently. So this data structure would be structured differently. Basically, it would be like a hash with this as the key, or a dictionary with this as the key, and then there'd always be only one. I mean, that's what a hash is, right? Hash map. It's a unique thing, unique key, and then you could set the stuff for it. I think I like that better. So, for example, like our rewards view. If whenever we went to the rewards view, we loaded all the rewards. I think I like this. We'll see. We'll see. It's extremely possible that I just won't like it, but data we're going to need to know about rewards. Oh, because I didn't. That's fine. That makes sense. That would be a good reason for that to not work because we don't have a route for rewards. That was just the link. We have more work to do. What is the more work? It is kind of annoying that we have to add these, but oh well. Rewards. I probably want to move those to like a views folder. Okay, so now we can go here. Something is broken. Who can say what it is? Line 68 of rewards, which has 25 lines. Kind of hard to tell where the error actually is. Where actually is the error? Is the error there? Is the error here? Probably here. No, probably here. Yes, that's funny. Okay, so we don't want to do this. We don't want to show this guy. What we do want to do is show like a V for one of these kind of businesses. Did I get an important alert? Something important happened? No. So we're going to do this. And we got to do vbind key. So that's good. And then this would be, for example, reward.title. And these, I think what we're doing is passing basically the data that comes straight from Twitch down to us in those routes. So inside those, some of those routes are just total wrappers. No, that's not true, actually. Interesting. We kind of keep our cache of it, and our cache is what we return. But I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to not trust the cache, and just whenever you hit that endpoint, have it hit Twitch. Have it hit Twitch. I have to think about that. See who actually uses that? A lot of people? Like if we just didn't cache it and just said, anytime you care about rewards, you need to ask Twitch about it. So we would ask it here. That's the place that we ask anyway. So that really might be it. If this was just one of these days, we need to tidy this up. Okay. So now these are our rewards. Terrific. We will probably want to show these as some kind of fancy bootstrap list. This kind of thing, maybe. That would be inside rewards. That would be, so what we would do is actually do this on just one LI, I think. And like this. Feels like we did something wrong, because we did. It's this. Okay. That kind of looks like a thing. These are all our rewards. I could also show the cost. Guess we could do a table. Is that a thing? Or is that only in Bootstrap View? No, we can have a table. We want a table? I think it's kind of nice about a table is then you can just... Oh, that's not true. Man, I keep thinking in terms of Bootstrap View. I wonder if we could get Bootstrap View working with this setup. Because I do like it. I wonder if Bootstrap View supports Bootstrap 5? I don't think it does. I think it's all Bootstrap 4. Yeah, it is. That's okay. Bootstrap View just like takes care of a lot of the boilerplates for you and just gives you components. So you just use a list group component instead of whatever. You know, so if we wanted a table, instead of a list group, We could do this and have like cost, title. I don't know what else we want. And then we would, our loop would be over rows instead. I don't think we want that. And then we could have, that's not right. Oh, hi, Mark. Reward.cost. Or .title, something like this. Instead of the UL. Good thing Life is Yours is gone. If he saw me using a table right now, he'd lose his mind. Okay. So that gives us a thing, and then we could, you know, we could over here have like actions or something like that. That would let you edit the commands or edit the thing or delete the thing or whatever. You know, whatever goes in here. It's like edit, delete, commands, that kind of thing. And maybe it's implicit that edit should let you edit the commands. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, we're maintaining it's a weird relationship we have to maintain here. And we're not in full control of it because somebody could just go to Twitch and make edits or delete. And especially if they delete, we suddenly have a problem where we have data associated with a command that doesn't exist. And then what do we do? Like, if you delete it, do we just say, hey, you deleted it, so your commands are gone? But then we have to care about that. Like, we have to maintain that, which is a little bit annoying, but I'm inclined to say that rather than something where it's like, oh, you deleted it, so now it goes to this orphaned status and you've got to go find it and fix it, whatever. That sounds annoying. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, it's me. So we've got the list and we wanted this. We have some bootstrap icons. Here. Can I have some icons? What if I don't want to do this? I just do this and import a million icons we don't need. That's okay. I'll do it. I'm not super worried about efficiency here. Like, if this thing turned out to be a thing that anybody cared about, then that'd be great. And then we can figure it out after that. So usage, embedded, sprite, external image. icon font. Include the icon font style sheet in your website. So then that means I can do this. Yeah, great. Great. And actually, we want these to be router links to whatever they're going to do, but we'll ignore that for the moment. Great. Looks very good. ME2? ME1? I don't know. I want to pull this column fully right. I wonder if you can. So if we wanted like an edit, probably be like a pencil. Pencil square, sure. And the trash can is probably delete. I don't know. I don't know what the third thing would be, actually, because I just not decided where you go to edit. So for example, if like the editing of a reward is different than the editing of commands for that reward, I don't know. I don't know the answer. So I really would like my table. I want to pull one column to the right. Sort of feels like a thing that I can't do though. Interesting. Look how it's deciding the width. So this is where it becomes like, how far do we want to go here? Buy me a third pony does that, but buy me a final pony today forever does that. I probably broke this, right? Yeah. Probably broke all the API authorization as well. Well, that's okay. Buy me a pony. Buy me a final pony today forever. Save commands. Did that work? Yes. I just think from a user standpoint, it's probably nicer to say like, I'm going to click a command, I'm going to click a reward, and I'm going to edit the commands for that reward. I can edit the reward separately from that. Or when I click edit, does it show basically this thing about the reward, and then below it, does it show all the commands? I don't know the answer. Probably. That's probably what it does. Is like once I have a reward, so first we need to do something like this, because we need, let's see, so in the view router we need variables, dynamic. We want temp. Ooh. Wait, where am I? View router. This, so that we could go to. I'm getting lost. We need to organize this project one of these days. So it would be like that, where we could dynamically give an ID if we want to. We've broken everything now. Do what? Path, reward, and then an ID. Why are you upset about that? No match found for location with path reward. I don't care. Is it just because of this? How weird. Like I literally can't go to reward? That has to be two different paths? Well, now it... Funny. Do you need both? Kind of a weird one. I don't care that much, but it's a little weird. So what have I done wrong here? I have path to reward. Did I not make a... Did I do something really silly? What did I do? Commands. Goes to commands. I mean, maybe this is really not a smart way to do my routes. Reward goes to reward, rewards. Why are you so upset? Because that, I mean... What is my problem? I said there's a route. I said there's a path. It looks like this. And it has a component. End component instance used. This is extra confusing why it like totally breaks down. Component is missing template or render function. Like it. Or do I just truly not have anything on the homepage? Like even just loading. Yeah, something's bad. So that actually works. So does that mean I need 2 routes? That would seem kind of dumb. A little bit dumb. Right? It just breaks. I don't know why. Component is missing template or render function. Why does it just break sometimes? Weird. Who's using a shared array buffer? It's not cool when it just totally breaks for no reason. Super not cool. Makes me worry. Either we're doing something wrong or there's just, it's like fundamentally you are not supposed to do things the way we're doing it. You know? Like, are we just doing something bad? What if I didn't use router links and instead I just used proper links? It kind of seems okay until you refresh while you're somewhere, and then it breaks. And then once it's broken until you refresh again, or until you go somewhere else and refresh and then come back. So what did we say? We said create web history. This is just every single time you read the index file. That's kind of interesting. We could just not use So should we do this instead? Maybe this thing will magically save the day. Kind of doubt it, but we'll see. So then if we, instead of doing this, popped our index file out of public, great. We're doing great. We've nailed it. What did we what did we do? So if it's a GET request, it needs to just find an index HTML. We did this. We did this. App use history. Oh, maybe it is. So maybe I do still need this, but instead of here, we would just do it here. So the issue is, though, is that like jumping in front of our API stuff? Seems like it was. That seemingly did not fix anything for us. I guess I don't quite understand what this did for us. Yeah, when the user hits the refresh button. Change the requested location to the index you specify. Whenever there is a request which fills the following criteria. I mean, this like sort of feels like I mean, really, then I guess we could do this. And then we could not do this. Don't know that actually makes a difference. I mean, I feel like this is the exact problem that it is supposed to be fixing for us. How funny. I don't know if it's like conflicting with the But if we do this, then we don't get our API calls. Okay, is this the order that makes it happy? No. Gosh. Why? Oh, was that just a bad... Actually, I noticed that before. Should this not be this? Stop it. That still seemed wrong. It really seems like it should be like that, right? Okay, are we happy now? Seems like we might be happy now. Okay. Weird. Excuse me. Okay. So... But are we happy now? Probably not. No. That's a weird one. I don't like that. I think that's lame. I feel like that should just be implicit. You know? That reward should also go here. I can do this, but is that weird? Weird one. So we'd want to link these. These would need to be router links with props, I guess. There's a way to do that. Cool. What? So how would I link to this? What's the right way? This. I think we need to do this. So, do we have names for these? Yeah, I'd have to add a name. I don't think I like this. I think that's kind of sucks. Like, why can't I link to this without? Because what sucks here is that's two... We had to make that two different components. I feel maybe I'm just missing something. Like, if I want to make a new thing, why should I have to have an ID specified? This seems dumb. It seems like I'm going to have to, like, specify ID 0 or something. I don't like it. And that means these routes need to be named, which is just more... Oops, more nonsense. I think that's not cool. Oh, is that all I needed to do? Okay. Seemed like there had to be a way to do it. So we're looking for reward, and then ID will be equal to reward.id. And then the thing that I don't know, I guess we'll do it this way, where just when you get there, you look it up. Because we have the data. Like, we know everything. We looked it up already. It's already here. So it's a little redundant to do that query again. I guess I don't care that much. So we got it. Well, it goes to this reward. We just don't know the data. So either we have to pass the data in as a prop, or we have to look it up again. I don't really know. They both are annoying, kind of annoying in their own ways. Because if we pass it as a prop, then if you just went to this link, it wouldn't work. Like, the only way to just have it work when you go to this link is to look it up. So I guess we'll just do that. So when we look up, we already do that here where there's a mounted. And this looks up everything. I'm curious how this is going to work. I'm curious how we're going to solve this problem, but let's see. So either we just download everything and only populate with the one that we want, or we come up with a way to or we just find it. If I thought there were going to be a million people using this, I would care more. Oops. About, you know, like querying a million times, but I don't care that much. I mean, alternatively, I guess, if we wanted to, do I want to do that? I don't think I want to. So the other thing we could do is probably we could query the Twitch API directly instead of doing our little wrapper. Or we just give it a parameter. Like we know it here. And we basically say, if you got an ID, we'll give you the ID. If we don't got an ID, then we don't got an ID. Did that start out? What are you mad about? I have an ID. And I'm going to say oh. Yeah, I get it. So what is your problem? Does this just not work? Like, this is just not getting caught by, yeah. So can I do, is this also a thing? Or we just make this up? Okay. So we only wanted one ID. We could do this, I guess. Did I break the other one though? I don't think so. So this one should still work. We edit one of these. We'll get back everything. So let's undo. We get back the stuff. So we want to just change it where you can pass an ID if you want. Maybe we would do... This feels weird to have rewards. I don't know. Anyway, we could say, we could pass that ID in here, I guess. Okay. How do we do that? This? That's the ID we're asking for. If we asked, you know, just may not have an ID. So if we give you an ID, it's great. So get custom rewards. I want to say that that's one of the things. And get custom reward. You can pass. No. You can pass an ID. Get custom reward. Filters the results and only returns reward objects for the custom rewards with matching ID max 50. So that's a number of IDs you can pass. But we only want to pass one. What if we do ID and it's blank? Probably a bad idea. So we kind of want to just optionally include the ID. So let's rewrite this while we're at it, I guess. Const query equals query string dot stringify. I don't know how I want to do this. Because we could just make an object and then optionally add it to it, you know? We could do this if it was already an object, and then we did the stringify after. And then here would be plus query string dot stringify query, and we do it there instead. I don't know. We would cut these things out. I hate it when text editors do this. Just let me get the thing I want. Okay. So we have a broadcaster ID. Oops. So that means, okay, we have this, can't be a const anymore. But we have this data structure, and then if we do know an ID, we'll cram it in there. Get out of here. So that should mean that we can get all the rewards, but if we want to edit one reward, we should only get that data back. And that appears to be correct. Ah, man. Oh, it's just so annoying. Like, what are we going to do with all the extra data? I'm pretty inclined to say once you add a reward, that you don't edit it here. Like, in other words, you can delete it, and we just say, like, hey, if you want to edit the name, other stuff like that, you can go to Twitch and edit it. Like, I just don't want to deal with all that. I just don't want to deal with it. So basically, you have the ability to add rewards, but that is separate from the editing screen of a reward. I need a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back. Almost just kicked all the wires into my desk and maybe unplugged everything. Okay, I'm feeling better about this because I just don't want to. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with the. So we have two problems. Not exactly problems, but kind of problems. I'm trying to think of how I want to handle them. So here's what I think as a high-level summary of how we're going to interact with this thing. I think that you're going to come to the page, and it's going to tell you first you need to authenticate, and it'll give you a button to authenticate, and that should be really easy. And then it'll say, okay, add some rewards. And there'll be some interface for adding rewards, and this is our little reward buddy, and we'll just make it easy to add new ones. And then once you have added a reward, our system no longer deals with it. We don't know how to, there's no delete button, there's no anything. There's just, you can click that reward and you can edit its commands, like what you want the command to be for the reward, but that's it. And I think that keeps it simple. It's a little bit annoying for the user because they have to go to Twitch if they want to make changes to it, but like, it's just dumb that we even have to create the rewards. I think it's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. So, in thinking about how we want to do that, like we could really, if we're only going to do the cost in the title, you could just add that here and just have like a add button, something. And just have a little dude that pops up. I don't know if the dude comes up at the top or the bottom. I don't know. But then once you have those, you go in and then you save, and we can we'd probably change the way we store our commands a little bit. But so I'm trying to think of if we want to, how we want to think about this workflow here. Because I think we just want to add a command on this page. Right? So what would we want that to look like? So this is the page we're on, is the rewards page. Let's see. I require 85 tabs open at all times to do any work at all. So input groups, is that what we want? Where we want like 2 inputs on one line? Something like this. They don't quite show what I want, actually. Oh, like I want it to be split in the middle. Funny, they show every possible variation except for the thing that I want to do. But it'd be kind of like this. So that's our table, and then our like add new buddy would be something like this. What happened? That doesn't go inside the table. What are you doing? Be kind of nice to set these to be different sizes. I guess we probably could. I don't, there's some preset number of sizes you can say, and I just don't remember what they are. But if it was something like title and cost, maybe we do let you delete them, but not edit them. Is that true? I can't do that. I have to start fresh. I gotta, every once in a while I have to look at a window and be like, you're gone. And even further, I make it so my browser doesn't save anything, doesn't cache anything. So when I close my browser and I open my browser again, anew, on this computer at least, it's fresh as a daisy. No login saved, no cookies, no anything. I'm like, it's a new day. I'm a new person. So I don't know exactly how I'd want to do this. That doesn't really seem like 50%, but here we are. So it would be something like that to add a new one. And in fact, we could even cram a save button onto the end of it, or just want to go nuts. This is probably not really the way to do this, but it looks like they made this work a little better than it used to, actually. The Bootstrap 4 syntax was a little bit gross. I mean, this is getting nuts to add a save and a cancel button at the end. Maybe not ideal. Yeah, I plenty of people do that. They use tabs as like a checklist, but that's not the way to do. Okay, I'm about to say I'm going to do a fun thing where I say this is definitely the wrong way to do things, and I'm going to tell you how I do it, which is equally ridiculous. Where they almost use browser tabs like a to-do list, and it's just too dangerous because one, it gets too cluttered and you can't find anything. Two, sooner or later you're going to close that window and forget them all, and they're all going to be gone. Three, like you can always find something. If you want to find a thing and you know what it is, then you can find it again. I say that's a somewhat aspirational statement, I guess. Like I want that to be true. But I also do, it's a different thing, but it's kind of equally dumb, where I do, I use photographs as a to-do list, and I end up with the same problem where I just like take pictures of things, but then I end up with pictures, like half my camera roll is nonsense. And the thing I'm supposed to do is, okay, then when I can like sit down and think about it, I go through and like put those in real to-do lists or knock off tasks. And that kind of works, but in practice it means like, you know, I don't always clean up everything. So there's always some nonsense strewn about. So what did we say here? So we probably want, it's probably called like check mark or something. You know, check. Good guess. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that cancel is an X. Incredible. Look at us go. Okay, so we can say yes or no to these things. We can delete them. I mean, none of that actually works right now, but theoretically, it'll work. I don't know exactly how I want to style this, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. So I don't know. I need to not get caught up and like try to make it pretty. We can make it pretty later, or maybe it will just never be pretty. Yeah, I have tried lots of productivity approaches over the years, and various note-taking apps and various note-taking strategies, and I didn't like. There's a there's like a group of people who are productivity fetishists who are more obsessed with like categorizing and tracking a task than actually accomplishing anything. And I felt myself going down that rabbit hole a little bit. I mean, to me, Merlin Mann is the poster child for this. He used to run a site called 43 Folders. And then I think for me, when I totally lost faith, I listened to his podcast for a while. I thought he was a really interesting person. And he's a pretty interesting person. He's pretty funny. But as far as like a person who should tell you how to do things, I completely lost faith in him when he got a book deal to create a book about productivity, and he just couldn't get his act together to write the book. And so I think actually that happened, and then I gave him a little more credit, like a little more leeway. And then eventually on his podcast, he said something so absurd that I was just like, okay, I'm done. I think I'm just done with you. I think you are just somewhere between a snake oil salesman and like a cult. You're like a member of your own cult in a weird way. So my current strategy, which works reasonably well, is like, and it scales up or down, but like to-do lists are great. And because I have, for almost every project I'm working on, there's a Git repository associated with it. So I have a to-do.markdown in all the repositories I'm working on so that I can keep all of those project to-dos associated with them. If the project is too big for that to work, then I need to scale up one level. Well, then it's fine because I still have a Git repository so I can make Git issues. And then I haven't done this yet, but theoretically now there's like the whole Git project tracking where they have their own Kanban boards and however you say that word. I would just scale up to that. And then like I have my own like personal weekly to-do list that I just keep in Apple Notes, and that it has been okay. Like it has, it takes minimal effort to maintain, and the to-do list is associated with the project it needs to be. Now, granted, those are mostly for personal projects. So when I'm working on a project with a team, I kind of have to do whatever the team is doing. But the text file approach to things, I think, is it works okay for me. It's actually working better than what I used to do. You know, years ago, I used an app called Yojimbo, and then I switched to Evernote, and it was all about like notes and like categorizing notes and structures of notes. And then somewhere I added Trello in there as well. And then it was just suddenly like, now I don't even know where I don't even know where the note is anymore. Is it in like one of these 3 applications? Is it some random text file? Is it an Apple reminder? Like, so I don't know. The little to-do list thing, and it's version controlled if you push it. So you can like, if you really need to, you can go look. It's actually not too dissimilar from the old dot plan. How can I search for this in a way that makes sense? I used to keep a dot plan file a long time ago. I think years ago I was like kind of obsessed. John Carmack, I feel like, used to be sort of the poster child of it. And you could like finger his account at some id server, I want to say. What if he still maintains it? Probably not. John Carmack .plan archive. That's funny. Wow. So he maintained plan files from 1996 to 2010, or that's just as far as this person. That's pretty funny. So when did you stop? So this wasn't necessarily a to-do list. It was just like generally a public statement of like, hey, this is what I, John Carmack, am working on. So I don't know, a million years ago, I would try to have that. It's not really a to-do list. It's more like saying like, hey, what is this person working on? That's pretty funny. But it's cool. It's cool to see that. It's almost like a public journal or something. It's almost like a blog post, sort of, but well before that was a thing. Okay, what are we actually doing here? So we just want to say that we can save or cancel the save. And we don't really want to see this unless we are adding. So we can just start to get silly and say like adding equals false. And then we can make this a if. And then the problem is I've gotten too used to how to do this with Bootstrap View, and now I can't remember if it's actually as easy. Yeah, you can. Okay, so you can do that. So you could just have an add button that would toggle, would just invert this, but you would only show it. Yeah, this will be a funny one. Hey, you kind of want to reset though. So what do we think this name would be? Add or plus? Probably plus. So I definitely did that wrong. That's a click. What did I do wrong here? Oh, did I not put that in the right place? Oh, because I called it add reward. Duh. Oh, that's not supposed to be a port. It's supposed to be a click. How did I do that? Okay. So the thing I want to do that's silly, though, is then... This is why Vue is nice, by the way. Like, this is like... Vue makes stuff like this pretty easy. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what kind of like Evernote was supposed to be, sort of that kind of thing. Like, there's various pieces of that kind of stuff, you know, like Omni, oh, what is it? Whatever, Omni Outliner, like the whole, all the software by Omni Group is like pretty obsessive tracking stuff. So Omni Focus is one, and I think you can incorporate scheduling and stuff like that. But it's like work to maintain. You have to maintain this, and that's like, that's work. So as far as doing it in the context of taxes, though, it has taken me years to get my tax game right. It still takes me days to do them, but I use a service called Wave app that is a free accounting service, and you just tie in all of your, it's actually kind of nice. You know, like many banking services, you tie in all of your bank accounts, which ideally for your business should only be your business checking and savings and business credit card. And then anything going in and out of that is like going to you personally. And so that's like step one to make things easier for doing your taxes, is to make sure all your business stuff has its own accounts. Then once all the accounts are in here, it just brings in all the transactions. Then you can easily categorize them and say that, like, whatever, this is a business expense for software. This is a business expense for my monthly hosting costs. And it does a pretty good job of, as new things come in, categorizing them. And then at the end of all of that, you should end up with a pretty good expense report that is like, here's all my income, and it should match exactly what my invoices are in my separate invoicing software. And it should show all my expenses. And I should be able to give this to my accountant, and that will be like, at least as far as income and expenses, will be basically all tracked in one place. So that's pretty good. As far as passwords, you should never have to remember passwords. You should use one password, and then you only need one password. That's great. And then you only have to remember one. But even then, I mean, but then there's still more stuff I have to do, right? Then it's like, okay, but I'll have to find out, like, look at my personal bills, because I can deduct some rent and utilities as office expenses for home office. So it's never as easy as I want it to be, but using the right software for that has definitely made my life a little easier, for sure. And then I don't even care that much about receipts, because in terms of receipts, it's almost always a digital purchase. So there's almost always an email. But what really matters is the transaction that happens in the bank. Like, that's where the money changes hands. So that's all my accounting is based on that. And then I do go back it up and like mark those up and say what they are. So if I didn't need to find the receipt, I could. But I don't typically worry a ton about scanning receipts and stuff like that. Yeah, I think FreshBooks will do most of the same. Okay, I want to add a reward, for example. And I'm thinking that when you add a reward, so we could just keep this real simple to start with and say, and then make this a v-if only if we're not adding a reward already. And then that will just kind of make this a toggle. We can add a reward, and then I can say, no, I don't want to. And if I do, then we'll just do some refreshy, whatever, some fun refresh thing. So actually, I wonder if there's spinners in this, or if you have to use. Huh. So it seems we can have spinners if we want. So if we wanted a spinner that was loading or whatever. And then anytime we did async stuff. So for example, we could start with loading true, wait for this to happen, and then set loading false. And then that's, I mean, you see it all the time. That kind of wait for the thing to load. That seems like it didn't do the thing that I wanted it to do. Maybe it was just slow. Oh, because we really want to say, like, don't do any of this stuff. None of this stuff should happen if we are loading. It's not great. It's not great, but it's okay. Ooh. What about this fancy spinner? Okay, so we can add a reward, we can cancel, we got the little loader buddy. which should be very fast because this is all local. Now, well, it's not. That's not true. This isn't. The page load is local, but that remote call is not. So we want to add a reward. Can we require these the way we can in Bootstrap View? I don't think we can. But I think, like, I think you kind of can do that now. Like, it's built in. Is that actually true? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because either way, I'm going to do my thing. So, like, whatever. We can validate it. Wait, did that not actually reload? My type equals number. Oh, because I put that on the span. That's not where it goes. It goes on the input. Okay. So if I do that and try to submit this, one, I don't even know. I don't even know what'll happen. Because we're not in a form. But what if we were? Please fill out this field. Okay. That's weird. Did I put required in the wrong place up here? I just didn't have it. Okay, well, I mean, I still probably should validate, but I think it's an on submit. But I probably want to do the thing, like, yeah, it'd be this, basically this. Wrong. Cool. Seems like I have a problem. What's your problem? That doesn't look bad. Why is it bad? Oh. What are you so angry about? Valid end tag. Is that true? Oh, because somewhere in here I'm supposed to have a form. Do I need another div? Yes, it's a div, then a form, then another div. Okay. Really? What is my problem? There's that overall div. This should be a div. No, this should go up here. There's yet another div? Okay, I'm just getting confused at this point. There's template, div, div, form, div. Template, div, div, form. That div opens and closes. That's a button. That's a table. There's not a div here. But that's not where we want that to be. So why did we do that? The form should really only go... Okay, I'm just confusing myself at this point. Form should not be there. Div, div, form opens. Then there's a div. Now are we happy? Okay. I just was losing my mind. So do this. Hello. 1, 2, 3. So what we would want to do then is post that. And then totally requery everything just to make sure, I guess. So we have a reward object. We don't, actually. Well, we can. So that's for like adding a new reward. And then we would just steal this save reward, basically. Which we will not do on that page anymore. Put this, we'll take the reward, we'll post the whole thing. And then when this happens, we actually need, like, we kind of just want to do this whole thing. Just reload it, just to, it's silly, but it's probably the quickest way. Okay, I can add a reward. The title is my best reward 128. Blew it. Okay, what's wrong? Bad request. Interesting. Why is that? Did I not bind these? I don't think I did. That would be a problem. Just to be clear, let's... Okay, add a reward. The best reward for 120. The chunk argument must be of type string or an instance of a buffer. So we gave it a title and a cost. For adding, updating a reward. We said we're going to post. Why do I need... So we're posting title. Bad request. Okay, bad request. Query parameter missing or invalid. Well, I would believe that. Oh, is it because... Okay. We thought that might be a problem. And some pasting problems. Okay. So we basically, I think it was just because we had an empty ID. So we just want to say, which is weird because I thought we had that working without, but I thought that's how we made all those. Query string.stringify the query. If we have an ID, are we missing? I really thought we had done this. So if we want to... Ugh, what are you called? I wish all this documentation was not crammed into a single page. Create a custom reward. We need the broadcaster ID. And the required things are title and cost. Is it mad because cost is coming in as a string? We don't really know. Because we just do the thing. Okay. Try this. It's funny that it still throws. Kind of lame. I thought we were passing that through properly before. I thought this was working before. What? What have we done? We got headers. They look okay. We got a client ID. Posting some JSON. We have the body. We have the URL. We have a method. What nonsensical problem have I caused? We are posting this data, and we are saying that is our broadcaster ID. And bad request means oh, no, that's in the body. So could this be the problem? That it's the mad about it not being an integer? Bad request, query parameters missing or invalid, but you could maybe imagine that being a body problem because the only query parameter is the broadcaster ID, and that looks right. Didn't we have this working before? Is it something really silly like it turns those into strings? That's kind of lame. I thought you could do, let's see, v model. I think there's a way to say you want it to be a number. Yeah, just dot number. That'd be. I guess that could be the problem, but it seems like we would have seen that problem before. Okay, it's a number now. Are you happy? It's a number. No, because now it's saying the chunk argument must be of type string or an instance of buffer received an instance of object. What? But now it says bad request. I think my request is great. I don't think it's bad at all. So how come if I go here and I say hello and I say cost is 122, 124, and I save this, it also breaks. This was working before though. I feel pretty certain of that. Right? So you get the error either way, so we can just do this. I guess. If we want to pass through. So that's us doing the thing. And in this case, you're happy. And if we catch the error, in this case, do this with error.response. It says 400. So what could be wrong here? Let's check all the things we can check. Almost certain this thing was working earlier, though. So our method is post. Is this the URL? I am putting this on reward, right? Oops. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're adding our query string. That all looked correct, though. Our headers look correct. Our body, the only things that are required are title and cost. Title, cost. I don't understand why this isn't returning. Unless I'm just not logging it on my side. Status. I'm confused about why I'm not getting anything there. Doesn't that seem weird? Also, let's just default that to 100 because that probably makes more sense. Not there. Did I do that in the wrong place? I did. That was all supposed to be... No, What's here? 100. That URL looks like a URL. That looks like a post. That looks like a title. It's all quoted. That's an integer. Don't really know what that error means. But it seems like our catch isn't exactly doing the thing we would expect. That's 400. Response.status. Does this not come with a body? This is the body. Oh, that says there's a duplicate reward. Oh, have I been making millions of rewards this whole time? Yeah, they're down here. So why is this? Wait, why did it say there was an error? Maybe the second half is what is failing? It is getting added. What? It's almost like errors getting called twice or something. $66. It's the response, but like why? Oh, is it literally this? That I need to stringify this? That'd be funny if it was working the whole time, but it just wasn't. Why would there be... Okay, just... This looks great. Great. Like, why does it say there was an error? Because it... Because it seemed like it worked. Maybe the error is actually here. Like my error is actually something silly I'm doing here. Oh, well, there's part of the problem. That. Okay, maybe that's all of us. I did it. Now it says bad status undefined. That's funny. So is the status code... Okay, so now our problem's on this end. So this, we just want status. Okay. Okay, so if the save is successful... That's funny. Something went wrong with the... So we want to say this rewards... We want to do the same thing here. Maybe I can't actually do this. Because it's a promise, right? So I need to actually do... Let's just do it like we had it before. That's weird though, didn't I not? We awaited this. So... I guess we get JSON back either way. I don't know. I don't know about this. Maybe that's what we were doing before. Hey. I'm gonna ignore problems for the moment. That can be part of a cleanup pass. Yes. Like that one was actually an error. That's what we need to be checking, is that guy. The response status there. Basically, we want to say if there was a 200 status, we're all good, then we should refresh. Else, like this is where save failed. Oops. So it said save was successful. And here's all the rewards we get back. Is it just too fast? So loading should be set to true when we start this. I forgot to do this though. Okay. Why was that even kind of working? So I want to say this dot add reward should be equal to false. Adding reward. The start rewards equals the rewards. Okay, that seems like a thing that sort of worked. We need to, when we show this though, we should set it to the default. Really, we want to do that whenever we show. I don't know if you can do that in a single button. I don't know. Like, the thing you'd want, maybe, would be silly. But you kind of want to say when you add reward, you want to like also do this. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can do that. Comma operator? I don't know. Guess you can. Horse factory. I guess we could order these by, I don't even know, order them by something. Date created, something like that. That's presumably there's a date created in there. How 3 hours 43 minutes. Okay. Like, you would think there would be, but maybe there's not. You could order them by the ID, assuming the ID increased in some way. Oh. I don't know. Okay, we can add rewards now. It's a real triumph. What an achievement. It doesn't look very good, but ignore the way it looks. Doesn't work very well, but ignore the way it works. But kind of works. One thing that is bugging me though is the get. One of many things that is bugging me. It's like, this is just a little silly. Like, we have a put in point for reward, but the get is rewards. And like, I just don't like that. Croc Zombie, thanks for the sub. How's it going? So we want anywhere we were talking about rewards. We don't want to do that anymore. We want to talk about a reward, probably. And really, that other page we made maybe just goes away. I don't know. I don't know. Like, this edit page is going to be a whole other thing where we're changing commands. So, okay, clearly the thing we want now is the delete button, though, right? That is just very obviously the. Now that we made 7,000 test rewards, let's make sure they still work. $7,000 test rewards. Great. Okay, so we need a way to delete them. So how do we want to do that? We probably want this to be a button. I don't know, but I think probably something like that. No, we screwed up. We don't know how HTML works. So this is now a button. And then maybe we don't need these spacers. Okay, you're a button. Clicking you does nothing, but you are a button. And so now, click will be eaten equal to. So we have a save reward. We'll have a delete reward. So we really should actually rethink things a little bit, because we'll just call delete on. Okay, we got more thinking to do. So reward.id. So what we will do down here is have a async delete reward ID. And so let's do method. We're going to do almost the same thing. In fact, we're going to do like basically exactly the same thing, where we just want to like reload. So we kind of want to do. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back, and we'll untangle this. Shouldn't be too hard. We just need to untangle some nonsense we already have. Hello, app. Says the website. I need my water. Okay. What are we doing? We were gonna make a delete. So how can we like make this a little less annoying? They want the delete in the... So what I'm trying to decide is if we like wrap it as closely as possible to their syntax. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Oh, that's funny. Any unfulfilled or updated fulfilled if you delete the reward, but they stay there? Oh man, you got the best reward. Congratulations. This is a big day. So there's no body here. In this case, it's in the query string. Talking to their API. But do we want to do our API like that? No. The answer is no. So, like, we'll basically do this. And we may clean these things up and combine them a little bit. But for now, we'll say delete. And in this case, body. I mean, really just this, right? That's the URL, no query string. I don't like the way they mix and match this stuff's annoying because when you want to talk to their API for any one command, any one thing you might call, you might have to specify query string parameters and stuff in the body and headers. And like, okay, maybe the headers are okay for authorization, but why query string and body? Why? Why not just do them all in one place or the other? It's just, why do you have to specify data in 3 different places? Okay, so where were we? So we are just going to send a body and then we'll figure it out server side. And then we're going to do this. So we can be pretty short and sweet. And it's pretty easy to see how we could combine this by just saying like, call a method that gives a body and a like method, like have a function basically where you pass in this method in the body and then everything else is basically identical. But I don't care right now. So this is going to call a delete function. And then we want to do the same thing. We want to like an async fetch rewards or something. But this part we really should. Nothing like that. Which really would be the same thing that we were doing here. So you'd want to give it a callback, I guess. Or you just assume like If you do a thing and it succeeds, then you want to refresh. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Do we want to go ahead and do this other part? I don't know. Not exactly what I would even want to call that. Okay, delete all these tabs. I should just make one of these rewards to close all my tabs. Just someone can purge tabs reward. I'm sure that's a thing we could do with auto hotkeys. Okay, so we do this. This should just be like delete the reward specified in the body, right? And then we want to say, you know, pretty much the same thing. In this case, we don't need to do this. So maybe we have a callback that's like success callback that gets called when there's a success. That would be fine. If we care. Hard to say how much I care. Maybe not very much. So refresh rewards is not fine because it should be this dot. And that goes for you as well. Delete. Bad request. Great. That's fine. So now we need to go in here, and we also want a delete endpoint. So here's kind of a question. Do I want to cram the ID here instead of having a body? I think I kind of do, just because we already have that pattern here. So then we wouldn't actually need a body. Yeah, we probably need to set up. The thing that's annoying is we got to do everything in 3 places. Or at least 2, but more like 3, because we're probably going to want to break all this logic out of inside of the middle of this thing and put it in its own little library. Woof. Okay. But ignoring that for the moment. I don't quite know what I want to call this yet. Okay, so the idea though is that we're gonna have to like yeah, this is starting to feel messy. We didn't create a delete custom rewards yet. I mean, we could I'm trying to think if I want to do this. Like there's a way to do this where we do all the queries client side. And that saves us a little bit of trouble because when we don't have to do this round trip thing, certain queries we of course need to know because they're to us, like about updating commands. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Because it feels lame. This round trip thing is just kind of sucks. You know? But I'm gonna, we'll just do it. Because then we can have all those functions server side, or they're probably more useful. So basically, if there's a delete, we want to say could do response.json here instead. Presumably, I don't know. Let's try it, see what happens. So we'll say that we will await and we need to know this because we'll do it this way. I think I like that better. So that seems pretty concise. And this one feels pretty concise. There's a little bit of difference between these two of like whether it succeeds or not. Like basically we say it's all successful. So we may want to revisit that. But for now, let's just try this one. So we are going to just say I think we just append that ID. So instead of doing this, we would just do that, and we don't even need a body. Is it going to work? Probably not on the first try. Probably not. Oh, is that just because I didn't return the response? That'd be funny. Inside delete. Not even write it yet. Of course it wasn't going to work. I didn't even write it yet. Outrageous. Okay, so then we have to build their dumb version of it. I don't think we even want this in here. Okay, what are we doing? So we have to do something like this. So we have broadcaster ID. So let's break this up again. So we want const query equals and then I think the ID is also in the query string. The ID to delete, yeah. Wait, what have I done? So we'll have a query string. We'll have an URL. Stringify that query. Then we only have to pass the URL. This is going to be a delete. We don't have to pass a body. We do run a response type. And we want to return that response. Whatever it is. Response, response. Where was that? Response. Looks like our delete did work though. Not that time. Funny, it didn't. Seems like it is deleting, but then is not refreshing. So how did I screw that part up? And rewards, what did we say? Oh, is my response status not 200? Seems like it should be though. 204. Oh, actually it should say right here, right? 204. Interesting. So for a delete, I guess that's how it works. Oh my gosh, look at me delete these. Incredible. And definitely should keep some of these pony related ones. A lot of good tests in here. The best reward, that one I think we may keep forever. The best reward, that might just be one for the ages. It's one that, okay. Can I still create a reward? Can I still do this? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. There's certainly nicer ways we could do these things, but buy me a final pony. Well, I don't want my pony to be the final pony. Okay, so we can do this stuff. We can do this stuff. We can create rewards, which is dumb that we have to, but we can do it. I feel like we have way too much code all over the place now. This thing's due in like 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks, 13 days. It's probably enough time to make it not look obscenely bad, but it just sounds kind of boring. And not only not function extremely bad also. So we'll get the baseline. We want to get like all the features in, bad or otherwise, bad looking or otherwise, and then go from there. So now what? We can create these. I did want to change that one thing. So this isn't the worst. This for managing the deleting, creation of rewards. We could definitely mush these together. Do I care? I mean, the error handling is certainly not good. I mean, there's kind of just enough differences, like little finicky differences here and there. I'm not going to worry about it for now, because we may need to revisit all that stuff anyway. So can I just do this? Appears that I can. The outline, how do we do that? Why are the icons so small relative to the containers? Like, if I make them bigger, are they going to be bigger inside? Font size, because I feel like if I just do this, great. A giant trash can. Just what I wanted. Ugh, Bootstrap View definitely makes this less of a pain. I don't know. Do I care? So much spacing. Don't be worried about this right now. Beautiful. It's a big, beautiful trash can. I like to vertically align those table contents. I think there's a way to do that. I think tables know how to do that. Anyways, to ignore that for the moment. So right now we can delete one of these, right? Yes. Now if I edit one, it's going to take me here, but I don't want to do this anymore. This is not the idea anymore. The idea now is when you go to this, you are editing commands. So this is where we have to kind of make our own API and think about how we want to do that. So do I want to get into that right now, or do I want to clean up all the other garbage? I think I just want to do it now. I think it's going to be like, that's a little weird. Wait, where did you go? Like it's updated. Oops. Pardon me? Why does reward.title not show anything? Aren't I updating reward.title when I get data? I get the ID. Oh, I just never did it. I can. I have it. So this is kind of lame because it's like, well, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. So no, not that. Rewards data. I'm falling apart here. It's this dot reward equals reward data. So it comes back as an array no matter what. Okay. So we get back all this data about the reward. And that's fine. I just want that to be a div. What I'm thinking is we just like show, here's your reward, have a little blurb about it, and then after that show all the commands associated with it, and then lets you edit those commands, kind of. No, we didn't. We decided that there's only one command. There's one command per reward. So that makes it easier, for sure. And you don't edit rewards at all on our site. Wait, what am I looking for? Card. Oh, excuse me. I'm just going to do this because I want to. So this is the reward. And then for each reward, we'll show the command form. which is pretty different from how we were doing things before, but it's not like painfully different. But we will need to set up we'll have to get it all set up. So that kind of means we just want to throw away all the stuff we have here. It means that, it almost means that. Because what it kind of means is that we really just want to throw, is this true? Am I really about to do this? Are we ready to do this? I think we are. I don't think we care about any of that stuff. I think what we really care about is a command that we will bind to yeah, so I think we'll have oh yeah, reward. We do need to know about it. And then we need to get, we need this. Because this is going to be like our little, I mean, we may just choose to do this kind of built in, like why even have a separate thing if this is really going to be it? In fact, maybe that's what I think, actually. And that we don't even need. Like we just say we want this whole thing? Maybe? Kind of undoing a lot of work we did a couple days ago, but it also doesn't matter that much. Because then you'd basically say, this is the only part that's kind of annoying, but it shouldn't be that bad. It should be like, oh shoot. Well, the stupid modifiers are still stupid. That part is still dumb. So the reward, we actually don't set, actually. We don't need to choose that because we know the reward, because we do, we just do. So the webhook address comes from here. The key comes from here. Kind of want to just comment this out for a second because it's annoying. So you basically, I think this is the way to do it. Keep it really simple, and you just say, add your stuff. In fact, we may even add these as like custom type modules where it's like, here's how you put in a key and here's how you put in a webhook. Like those maybe are input modules, but maybe. Okay, so this thing does actually suck. The modifier thing. So that we will want to make these computed properties. No, we didn't do that. We did this. We did get modifier and set modifier, which is really annoying. Looks like a lot of code just to... I bet we could be ridiculous and I kind of want to make that a challenge. Can we? So we don't want to add a command here. Wait, I'm on the wrong page. We should be on the reward page. Which really should not, we're no longer going to save rewards here. Okay, so we need to just figure out what our... We don't need to do this anymore. Gosh, is there just some easier way now? I don't think so. Okay. So the modifier equals either whatever we already have or make a new array. If checked, we need to add it to that list. So I need just a quick little preview. So I can add those modifiers. I can pick the key. I can say Google.com. And then one thing though, how do I want to do this? I want to be sure that the command always has the webhook. I'm sorry, the reward ID. So how did we do that previously? Reward ID. So just when we get the data, we should set this .command .reward ID equal to this .reward .id. That should just always be true. Should always have that. And then the other thing we need to do actually is look and see if that data exists. You know, like see if we already have a command. So yeah, we're gonna kind of have to tear up some stuff, tear up some internals. Okay, I need another quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we will proceed. Life is Yours has a weird car. I don't know what to think about it. Okay. What are we doing? I was just thinking, like, how... It's funny, because I was walking back and I was thinking, like, wait, I feel like there's a way to do all this in a browser. Like, every single thing. All the backend stuff, everything. And that would be true for the... like, all the config, editing, whatever. All of that part, yes, we could do that all client side. Probably we could figure out a way how to manage all that stuff client side. But obviously for the thing where we want to just click any global hotkey, you cannot do that from a web browser. Unless whatever, maybe we could build an insane, we probably couldn't actually. But maybe we could. Like to trigger a global hotkey. Almost certainly not. Like you can mess with the web page, but just Chrome, there's almost certainly no way to do that, right? That would be crazy. Right? You could do it inside Chrome, but a way to like just press buttons and move your mouse? No. Right? Right? For online music players, yeah. What you do with that power is up to you. Anyway, it's a crazy thought. I was just trying to think, like, is there some way we could do this and not have to have such a complicated setup? But I think we need a semi-complicated setup. So now do we add this functionality or do we start cleaning up before we add it? The thing is, we would never delete anything. Maybe we would have like an option where you could pick like responses none, but I don't think we ever have to delete. So we really just need an endpoint to put a command, which we already have, except our current input is not good. And our current input is, I mean, it's okay. It was the quick and easy way to do things. It just overwrites everything. So somewhere in here we have a way to get all the commands, which we want to change to be able to get an individual command. And we want to be able to like put a command. Curious. I want to see the whole list. That patch one I just wasn't familiar with. Yeah, that's kind of a weird one. But I don't want to patch. I want to just do a pull put. So really, we would only ever do a put, I think. And then the ID that we put would be the reward ID. And actually, that means we don't have to do the thing we just did. We don't have to do this because it would be part of us putting. So we need to be able to get and put. This is a mess. That's all a mess. Okay. Like as far as our own API, this is almost all we need, is the ability to get and put with an ID. And I feel like a lot of this other stuff is just going to go away. Maybe? So basically, if you get, and this is where we're going to have to restructure things. But I think it's okay because I don't think we don't. Do we actually have any commands right now? I don't think we do. If we do, they can just go away. The config file. We do, but they can. They can shut up. Basically, commands will become an object. So I think, so we wouldn't need these anymore. And this is us looping through, but we'd really want to loop through the keys after it becomes an object. So we'll do that in a minute. And this is now going to look like this. Oops. You bought a horse factory. Wow. And the best reward. Good for you. Okay, so what we would need to do now is say something like let command. So the getting would be easy. So it'd be like let command equals config.commands ID. Because now it's going to be an object that's basically an associative array. And then similarly, can I just stick in the body? The request body? Maybe I can. Similarly, we would do config.commands ID equals the request body, something like this. So very concise with these, except I probably forgot some really important part. So we only need to be able to get them and we need to be able to put them. So let's try to put them first, even though that might sound counterintuitive. Because how can we get them if we haven't put them? And we can call that like put command. We just need a button. Okay. So that would be the command, and then that was all very silly. So when we save a command, it's going to be not too dissimilar from the thing we did here. And I think when you save it, you'll just go back where you were. So it's going to be kind of like this. So the URL is going to be I don't like this song. This one's okay. Okay, so we made some stuff. We got a thing. We have an address. So that would be what we're pushing to. And this is the command body. And that looks not too bad. So now let's try to actually do that. What was that? What was the pop? Is it important? Oh, that's weird. My bank, one of my banks just sent me a birthday message. It's not my birthday, but it has like a countdown. But I was hoping it would be like, hey, here's $1 million for your birthday. But it isn't. It's just my bank telling me that my birthday is in several days. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to do this. What problem here? What are you freaking out about? Oh yeah, sure, because we can't do this right now. That for each is not going to work. Not that one. Wherever we process the commands. Do the thing. We can't do the thing right now. That's okay. Excuse me. Okay, so we're editing a reward. Async it. Async. That like almost sort of looked like it was going to work. API command. We got to break this into multiple files. I'm about to lose my mind. Okay, so I just didn't put slash. What's the problem here? Query successful, it says. So let me check that. And not show any secret keys. Config. There's no commands in here. So I'm going to say that was not a very successful query. Personally. That's just me. What do I know? That looks like a command. And it looks like, oh, we didn't save config after. That would be a problem. Okay, I pushed it. Maybe we saved it. Sorry, let me check. Okay, that looks like a thing. I don't love that structure. In fact, I try to kind of avoid that, but I think it's the right thing to do here. Maybe. We're basically using the an object as a hash map. Because I don't think there's another way to do it. Is there? Is there? Can I have a real hash map? They serialize? Oh, it's just a straight up... Really? Hmm. How does that deserialize? Interesting. Do we want to just do this? I wonder how it deserializes, though. So you'd have to... You'd have to get a little fancy. That's not the worst thing, but since this map is like stuck inside something else, that would be a little annoying. If I serialize a map, it's not going to look the way I want. Okay, that's a problem for another time. But it seems like I was able to write that data. So now let's try to get the data. So we already get the reward. I'm just gonna not error check for a second. Until we are sure of the pattern we want. And then we want to I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? I think that technically worked. Did indeed. Cool. So we could build something that knew how to like serialize that in and out as a map. I'm not too worried about it. There's only two places where we interface with that. Oh, excuse me, please. So I think it's not that big of a deal. I don't remember really what we said about anything. So the can I still do this? I think Control Alt Shift F1 we made go to this. Okay, so maybe we should make it where you can change the name. Just kind of annoying, you know? We could just make a patch where you could patch just the name, and anything else you needed to do, you'd have to go to Twitch. Because changing the name and the cost, I could see that being something you do want to do periodically. Okay, so that means if someone buys Can I Do This, it should... No, it won't work. It won't work because we broke the iteration. So this is broken. So what is the right way to do that? I feel like this is different all the time. Is there a nicer way? Is there some fancy newfangled way? Why would you check if it has some property if you got it by iterating? Like a waste. So it'd be kind of like this, but something like this. So now if we tried the can I still do this? Oh my gosh, it worked. Okay. So that's handy. It is annoying to not be able to rename it. So I think we do actually want to add that, even though it sucks. And I don't want to. But we will. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Don't make me. Headphone issues. Okay. So, great. That's great. So now after like tons of work, we're back to where we kind of were at the beginning of yesterday after 1 hour, sort of. We have that functionality. I feel like we need a little more gain here. Is it too much? My hair is outrageous. This is all outrageous. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just this. Maybe this is just forever now. Maybe this is just how we do it. Okay, so we have a command almost say you pick the command type and then that like determines the parameters that go in. That'd be a little weird to try to set up. But not too hard. I mean, in terms of like swapping out what gets posted based on the type. I have to think a little bit about how I'd want to do that. Or just post it all and not care and just go by the type. So in other words, it'd be a webhook address, like it'd be a webhook or a key, and then maybe you could have multiples. Why not? What I want, and I just don't know if there's support for this. Like, it'd be cool if there was just some, yeah, I wonder, some trick, some bootstrap trick or some view trick that would just let me, like, you know, do the like edit in place thing. But I think I'd have to kind of set everything up to do that. Unless it was always shown as an input and like editing was turned off, and then when you clicked it, it turned on. You know, it'd be kind of like one of these. Great. Like if I didn't want it to have any styling, you know? Like if there's just some trick. Looks old. This is probably the idea of what I want. No, it's not the idea of what I want. I don't necessarily want to do this. It's not a terrible idea though, where you like click it and like get a little pop-up dude. That's pretty cute. But it's not what I was thinking. Like, I kind of want, I don't know what I want. I want like no styling on it, you know? I just want it to conform to its parent style. And I could do it. I just have to set it all up. And it just would be kind of annoying, you know? Because I don't want to. I don't want to do it. Because what if we start to style this up a little? Could do something like this. I wonder if you really need to though. You'd have something where you like click to edit it and then you just edit it in the line. I don't know. Might as well just show a little form to do it at that point, right? So you basically could swap to a form. Add a form if you wanted to. And maybe that's all we would let you do, or rewards. Ben, what are you working on now? Exciting things? And we would only patch this so that it wouldn't mess up any other data, I guess. Cool. Are you streaming any of your work? I feel like I haven't seen any encode notifications. Am I not following you? That would be rude. I don't really follow people on platforms of any kind. So we could do some annoying thing like this, like when we want to edit, we could edit, you know. Oh man, it's time for a new mic. I like this one. I didn't set up my full... I thought I was going to be in this, of course, I thought I was going to be temporarily in this apartment, and I've been in this apartment for like 9 months. But instead of setting up my like full audio setup, I got this Rode NT Mini that's just straight USB, and it's pretty good. I generally would recommend this little guy. The stand is cool. Even though I'm not using the stand, it's cool. It's so cool that I just have it sitting over there so I can look at it sometimes and think, cool stand. So, you know, we could do something like this in here and have like an edit, reward, false. And this would be like edit, reward, true. And it would only show this, the if edit reward, not edit reward. And we'd only show this if we were edit reward. And this would be like, not really, but something like this. So that's not the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't like it, but It's not. It doesn't hurt my feelings, I guess. We'd have to actually do the setup for it and patch it and whatever. People love those Yetis. I think this costs less than a Yeti. I think I got it for less than a Yeti. I'm not sure what the... $100. So sometimes there's a Yeti deal for that. There's that Yeti Mini, but in general, it's a cool little guy. It's got this like magnetic mount with a little rubber thing to help with some desk vibration. Well, you know, it's just one of those things where there's enough people that are interested in streaming that it's good to have that recommendation, but stuff just becomes like the generic, you know, it's like, oh, you need a microphone, get a Yeti microphone. It's just, that's just what you get. It's even worse for cameras. Like webcams is even worse because there's basically no, it's like, yeah, you get a Logitech C920. There might as well not be any other webcams. A webcam that came out in what, 2011 is still the best webcam? That's embarrassing. I don't understand why nobody, in fact, why hasn't Elgato released a camera with a lens assembly? That's all anybody wants. Nobody wants, you've got like $100 webcams and then suddenly you're spending $600 for an SLR. And there's no reason that in the middle that you couldn't have like, hey, it's a decent sensor. It's not the fanciest thing. It's got a lens. It's not the fanciest thing, but you know, it's a narrow enough aperture that you can get some depth of field, which is all anybody wants. And you shouldn't have to pay $600 for that. It's just annoying. And now I guess everybody's like Razer, you know, people are trying to solve it with computational photography and just blurring out the background with AI. But like, why? Why isn't there a $250 webcam that does the job? Why? Why? I don't understand. I mean, camera, you know, they've got all the stuff. You can get a cam link, you can get all these other capture things, but why doesn't Elgato just make a webcam? You can get these wave panels. You can pay a lot of money for this, whatever it is, Sony, whatever. A C920. I mean, that's just what you buy. And it's embarrassing because if you go search like 2021 best webcam, it's going to be the number one on the list. A webcam that came out whenever. It probably has a Wikipedia article because it's been around that long. $2012. So there's been variations of the C920S and E and whatever. The C930 has a wider, whatever. There's variations of it, but it's still basically the same webcam. And it still costs roughly the same. It just doesn't make sense. I've been looking at these and I haven't pulled the trigger yet. So I used one of these in a project and it's not the greatest. Yeah. So, you know, if you have a microphone, you don't need a microphone in your camera. So you can start looking not just at webcams, but looking at sort of industrial camera modules. So I've used these in projects before, but there's kind of no reason that you couldn't do this with these, whatever they are, C-mount lens, CS mount lens, whatever they're called. The problem is I guess I could really sit down and try to figure out like, okay, for the distance I sit and all this stuff, like, could I get a lens that would do what I really want and just, you know, put together a little dude? Not that one. We need one. It's funny because we actually want oh, wait. Is this the thing I want? Is this the thing I've wanted all my life? Interesting. So this just takes that little the cute little Raspberry Pi high quality camera, which is not terribly expensive. How much are those? $50, something like that. I don't know. We're going through a lot of websites. Sparkline. So it's $50 for this. and it has the CS out mount lens adapter. So you could pay $50 for this guy and then potentially use it in other applications. But then you could get this little adapter. How much is this adapter? That feels like that's too much. But even then, say you did it anyway, you spent $80. That really does seem like too much though. Why? Maybe it's just because it's not super in demand. But you pay for that, you get the thing, and then you get your CS mount lenses. And if you could find a lens that was of the like 50 millimeter, that sounds about right.
The Raspberry Pi high-quality camera has been out for a while, and one of the frequently asked questions is, how can you use M12 lenses on this camera? Well, if you search Raspberry Pi camera lens on Amazon, you will still get a bunch of Pi cameras with M12 lenses or M12 lens sets from the results. So, in this video, we will be showing you how to use the M12 lenses on the Raspberry Pi high-quality camera.
What is happening to me? Okay, first of all, why is
the Raspberry Pi high-quality camera has been out for a while, and one of the frequently asked questions is, how can you use M12 lenses on this camera? Well, if you search Raspberry Pi camera lens on Amazon, you will still get a bunch.
That's what I was looking for. So apparently I can't mute because they decided to put the mute button on the tab instead of here, unless my browser is of a size. Okay. Thanks, weird robot. M12 lenses, really? Wait. So now I'm suddenly interested in what they were saying. An M12 lens? Is that S mount? Okay, that is S mount. Versus CS mount? Because you could get nice M12 lenses. Should I just do this? Maybe I should just do this. I hate this webcam. No, it is separate, so maybe there's just some kind of adapter. One of the biggest failings of this website is they sell cameras and lenses, but don't do a good job of showing you the thing you want to see, which are photos created with those cameras and lenses. Here's photos of the camera and lens, and then when they show the demo, it's like they pointed at a Mario, pointed at a Mario amiibo, and they're like, "Yep, here you go." Like that's them showing off their camera quality. Great. Cool. That doesn't really, that's not getting me excited. So like, maybe I'm just wrong, but I have a theory that with the right combination of all this nonsense, you could get the thing you wanted for like, say $120, $125, something like that. You could build a camera. I don't know. Maybe one day. I'd have a little more faith with it, in it, but the camera that I got from them for a project was very much just okay. It was definitely not great. Okay, so I guess we'll do this. I don't really want to, but so we have to do the method patch. I think it's weird. I think that's weird, but okay, we'll figure it out. So what do we actually have to do here? So if we want to save the reward, so we have an endpoint for that. We can delete it. We can get it. Putting it is annoying. And okay, so how do you do that? Well, I mean, the C920 is fine. I hate that it doesn't save my settings. Like, there's ways in which it just sucks, but like, there's enough people that care. I think there's enough people that care. Like, if you look at how many people are buying, you know, whatever microphone is the microphone, or buying whatever, like, freaking Elgato sells those key lights for whatever they are for $120 or more, and they sell green screens, like the like prosumer streamer tier of product that is all really just like gamer culture, and all the money people spend on that stuff. It seems like it's money left on the table by Razer and Elgato for not selling you stuff. Like, there is that Razer, there is a Razer webcam, that Kaio, however you say it, but it's not, there's nothing, it just has a light built in. That's kind of it. I mean, that's fine. It's kind of cool, but for all the different mice they sell, all the fancy stuff, it's also kind of, oh yeah, they've got several mics that I haven't heard especially great things about. But why don't they? You already have a camera. Just make a camera that does what people want. But maybe it doesn't matter because, you know, the over in this land, they just decided, like, you know what, these lenses are what they are, the sensors are what they are to a certain extent. Maybe we'll cram multiple lenses and multiple sensors, but at the end of the day, it's tiny. And so we'll just do everything else computationally. Like, I guess, but this doesn't need to be that, you don't need to be that tiny. You can be bigger, it'd be fine with me. Okay, so this is a thing where it's a little bit annoying. Whether we want to patch or create. Oh. So this is update a custom reward, and it takes patch, and you have to give it the ID here. Maybe that should just be a different endpoint. I don't know. And then everything is optional. So we can update the title, we can update the cost. Is that what I want to do? Why does this seem so verbose? I mean, I guess I only have the... You guys don't care that much? I wonder if it's going to be mad if there's something in the body. Because we almost have what we... I mean, we kind of do have what we want. If this actually works as intended, which I don't know if it does or not, then over here where we save rewards, this is kind of the thing. Like, this is that's the code to do it. I mean, I'd almost prefer to just have a separate endpoint and say that if you're going to save it, you send it to the endpoint with the ID. But I don't know. I have the reward. See, this is the problem. I don't really want all this, actually. think we're gonna do it. If we don't have the ID, we create it. Yeah, I don't know. So if we have the reward, we put it there, but we only ever want to send like the title and the cost, right? We don't want to send all the other nonsense. What am I doing here? Edit reward. We don't need to do this. So, yeah. So I think then just like we do the get, we'll do the same thing here. And then this is not where we check. We'll check here. And here. Because those are the two things that would change. If we have an ID, it's going to be patch. Okay. Maybe that worked. But probably not. API reward, really? Because I forgot the thing again. Very successful. Kayo? How's it going? I am working on, let me show you. Dev post, which, so a year or two ago, I did this Twitch hackathon to make something called Heat so that you can click my stream and stuff will happen. Now they have a new hackathon about making stuff happen with the channel points API. So I'm building a tool that will let people in chat redeem channel points to just control my computer. Oh, is that true? Awesome. I think I have the kisses turned on right now. So I made that a couple years ago, and now I'm making a new thing that you can redeem channel points and like actually trigger hotkeys or mouse movements or whatever on my computer. So, or anybody's computer. So it should hopefully make it really easy to do ridiculous things with channel points. And that is all working. Well, you can definitely test for, you can be one of my beta testers in your other channel. So the issue being is like all of the interface stuff is boring. You know, building the interface for it and using the Twitch API is pretty annoying. So I have a bad request because I just have a bad request. So we'll figure out why. Doesn't really look like a bad request. Okay, so we have a URL, and we have a body, and we just got to figure out why everything's broken. AD did not come through. That's because that's wrong, because I did it wrong. So let's not be wrong. Let's do it correctly instead. That looks more correct. And it's supposed to be a patch. Method is patch. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, that's my... That wasn't even a bug. That was just me not knowing how to write software. So is that actually true? Did that work? It did work. So now that is called this. Okay, so we could call this like change to splash bean, charge 100 for it, and it will be this shortcut. And is that actually true? Okay, so now if we try to a chat command that would let mods open a YouTube video for when the streamer leaves. Yes, I think that would be possible. Let me think about how I would do that. Could certainly have a custom bot that did that. That was like, this could be an overlay. And then it would do two things in OBS, like turn on the overlay and then go to that specific link. How would I make that? I mean, you could even make it in a, you could do channel points, but for that, I guess I would do an overlay. Yeah, so I would have a bot. In fact, it's easy enough to make a bot that's all client side that just talks to the Twitch API, and it would just look for that command and just load it. So it'd be an overlay. Yeah, we could do that. How would I do that? You'd just build an overlay that was just like a really simple. I'm trying to think of a way to do this that isn't super insecure. I mean, you kind of have to have you'd have to make a token. You have to make an auth token, and then once you have the auth token, you could do whatever it is, TMI.js. I mean, you definitely can do this in the browser. It'd be this, really. So you would do this, and then just watch for that command, and then it would just be a web page that you had to open in your, like I've got bot made this open. In fact, I could be really fast. I could build a test version of this really quickly, I think. So if we I'll build a test version, but since I'm in the middle of something, I do want to get back to it, but I'll just verify that it's possible. And then maybe one day I'll build a little tool to do it. So what I would do, am I really that long? No, I'm only at 5.5 hours. Okay, so I don't think it needs to be that hard. This setup is a little more complicated, but I basically have, BotMade this has, where do we process chat commands? Like we have commands like this. So for example, it would be chat commands.set YouTube, you said? Is that your example? Yeah. And then you would do like, I don't remember how any of this works. I haven't really worked on BotMade this much for a long time. So, great, that looks great. Oh, wait, but that was weird. That did a weird thing where it like turned it into. Oh, I already have a command called YouTube. I already have a YouTube command somewhere here. So what we would want to do, let's just make a new one called YT or something. And then we actually need to do this to make it work. Okay, we're gonna do this in a really ridiculous way. What's a good, very safe for work YouTube link? How about my buddy, Buck Bunny? How do I get... Why am I on Bing? Okay, go here. Okay, so for example, if we did this, do I get that data? So YT, so that's the message. So I'd have to like parse off the YT. So that'd be fine. So it would be something like, uh-oh. It's a good thing I was looking at this screen when you did that. Okay, it does work though. That's good. I didn't add a way for you to change it back yet though. So, oh, whatever. It's like, we would do this in a fancier way, but for now we would just say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that works. So then we would want to do something like, we would need to create because they use like an iframe, right? So what's the normal way that YouTube embeds? Just go to the place. It's okay. Okay. So normal YouTube embeds look like this. So we'd basically need to manufacture this. So we could just have an iframe there all the time if we wanted, and then just add the source later, maybe? I don't know. This is going to be a very silly way to do this. So we could have oh, good. We did it. We've got Buck Bunny. I think we just already have Buck Bunny now. We've done it. If I just refresh this, bot made this, refresh this. Great. We've got built-in Buck Bunny. Outstanding. So this would be like ID equals iframe. And then we wouldn't do this to start with. We'd want like an invisible frame. Like no source. And then we would just say that when we got this, we would do we'll call it video frame. Something like this. Ah, how do I don't know why that happens. So that would get the video frame, and then over here we want a video frame. Something like this. Can I make it play? Probably. We probably can. So player, how do you get a reference to player? Oh, interesting. This looks kind of annoying. Is there not a way to do this, like get a player from the iframe automatically? All right, it seems like you can actually put autoplay in there. Let's try it. We'll just try sticking it at the end. So, all right, we're gonna see what I can do in the next like 7 minutes, then I'm gonna switch back. So we would do this. What? Where's our buddy? Okay, that definitely didn't work very well. Why didn't that work? Same origin. Okay. Do I have to do that? It says allow autoplay. Web security is boring. I mean, sort of seems like a thing I should be able to do. So what did it actually say? All these errors really make that look great. Yeah, it's not the autoplay, it's this X frame options, which is stupid. What, do I have to set some header? That seems really stupid. If I can't change iframe source. Okay, maybe we need to do, maybe we have to use the YouTube API. So YouTube iframe API. Where was this? Okay. This is really weird. Why would you do this? Okay, let's try this real fast. So, but this 1000% feels like it should be possible. It just could be stupid. It's just stupid security stuff. Okay, so what do they do? Why would you do this? Why? Let's grab this whole thing, I guess. So what do we call it? We had div ID. We'll just make it player div. What is that? What did you find? I know. I mean, I know the autoplay. That's not the problem. The problem is the cross origin. It won't let us change the source to be a different origin for some dumb reason. Which is weird because we could probably create a new one. But not do what we actually want to do. So that seems weird. So if we try to do this, and then in here, instead of, that seems really dumb. If you could like just programmatically create an iframe and set it somewhere, why? Okay, so that's working. And it does autoplay. So what we need to do then, does that mean I need to create a new one every time? Or is there some way? So yeah, this just says, so that's their autoplay is essentially this. Can I do this? Let's just keep playing over and over and over and over and over again. State change. It should stop after 6 seconds, so I don't care about that. So we would basically want to do something like, I don't really want to create this every time. Okay, but ignoring that dumb stuff, that all seems extra dumb. So presumably, well, it seems like I broke it. Maybe I needed that. On player state change is not defined. Was that it? Does this still work? Yes. This seems like it doesn't actually work though, unfortunately. That's dumb. I don't want to have to. Okay, so the question then, I guess, is can I do it without, can I like change the ID, or do I just have to create this every time?
Hey everybody.
Hey everybody.
Welcome to this week's show of
Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Okay. Almost ready to not do this anymore, but let's do okay. Oh, that's it takes a video ID though. This sucks. Why is everything so annoying? Why can't you just give it a URL? Okay, I have a new idea. It probably won't work. But let's see if it works. Because I hate this. Okay, so you could theoretically use that thing, but it would be YouTube specific, and it seems annoying, and you'd have to parse out the ID. Very exciting new idea. Okay, I already went past the time that I said I was going to work on this. I think this is interesting, though. I think it would be worth doing sometime. I'm going to try one more thing, and then I'm going to get back to what I was working on. So what I guess I would say is, like, can we... Well, I get the video frame. I don't really know why this would be any different, you know? Like, but let's just try it. Oh, is it because of this? Is it this stupid thing? Is that all it was? I don't know. Like, maybe I can set the origin. Interesting. Okay, try the thing. Where's the thing? This. Insecure. Okay, HTTPS. So that worked, even though it complained about a bunch of stuff. And then Life is Yours says that I can just add autoplay at the end of this. Does that seem true? I mean, we're not using our real URL yet, but that's fine. Okay. It does work. It's pretty dumb. And then we'd want to, I don't even know what you do then. You gotta destroy it somehow. Okay, so now let's make it actually use our URL. Oh, this is a horrible thing to add. Oh, I just realized what I've done. I've like given Life is Yours the ability to pick some horrible video. You know who would love this is Draclin. Draclin would love to abuse this. Where is Draclin when I need him to ruin my life? Some of these things, I guess it doesn't really matter. Like some of these attributes. Is that how you do it? No, it's fully set attribute. Name, okay. So we would want, for example, whatever that was, frame border equals 0. So how's that? Oh man, are you telling me we gotta use channel points for this? I lost Buck Bunny. Nobody can be offended by Buck Bunny. Wait, why did it work before but not now? Why did it work before but not now? What did I change? Oh, is it the fact that it said embed? That literally the difference? So if you don't call the embed URL, so we would have to like manually get the embeddable URL or something. So for example, with no, this is just oh, I see. Okay. No, not channel points. This is just a quick test to do with you know, what's his face? You know the thing. Chat. That's funny. So actually, the security problem was with the URL. So maybe everything would have worked before if I had just made it. So actually, if I just did... Maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, so we'd have to like figure out, which we could, I mean, if it really is just rip out the ID, we could probably figure that out. Buck Bunny. So we can do it. Is it a good idea? Probably not. Okay, so what is the actual... So if you were just a person on YouTube, as you might be, and you said you wanted Buck Bunny. Ooh, 60 FPS. And you said share. This is what you would immediately get. If you went to embed here, you'd get this embeddable URL. But if you were just a rando, just a kid off the street, you'd pick this. I know, we definitely need warnings. Yeah, so we would just parse this. But, you know, YouTube videos sometimes have a bunch of crap in them. Maybe they might have clicked up here. Like, you'd want to do a little... Maybe YouTube has a way to query, and you just, like, give them a thing, and they figure it out. But you would want a way... You'd need a way to, like, figure out... Problem is this doesn't cover all of them. You know, there's just so many different ways. Supports all these. Wow. So you could do something like this. You know what they say about regex? If you try to solve a problem with regex, you went from having one problem to two problems. going to do URL. We're going to match with regex. Interesting. Okay. And this would be... And then our URL would look something like this. I mean, theoretically, you could imagine ways to do this that it was totally, you put up whatever you want in those iframes. Like you could make this a pretty fancy tool. That was the wrong button. Forgot what software I was in for a minute. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work. At a certain point, I don't know. I don't actually know. Like, at a certain point, you'd probably just want some fancy way to put whatever you want in an iframe. Like, you'd basically, in fact... Yeah, it depends. You could almost certainly build a tool to do that. Put whatever you want. Would probably require a little more thought, because as we saw, we end up with that cross origin problem. Maybe there's ways around that. Other ways around that. Okay, so got my boy Buck Bunny. We come over here and we say YouTube, and Buck Bunny comes up and Buck Bunny plays. Okay, so let's try that in real. Bot made this. So if I do... Did it work? Oh, I got a really tiny Buck Bunny. Yeah, I'd probably want to be able to... You'd want to, like... have it know how to do the size and all that stuff. So try it, but please don't pick anything offensive. What was it? Yeah, pick Baby Shark. We probably want it... I don't know if you want it muted or not. I guess that you could make some of these arguments, I guess. I mean, on the one hand, doing this in chat at all is kind of crazy. I could definitely see some kind of admin tool where the mods could just connect to an overlay or like Control OBS or something. It does need a clear. That's true. Oh no, I'm gonna get copyright strikes. Oh no! Stop it. No, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Okay, yes, we do definitely need a clear. I'm probably gonna get a copyright strike for Buck Bunny. So what would we want to do in this case? Can we just like...
Dette historien om badekaret-tilfelle. Ikke bare badekaret-tilfelle. Hvorfor ikke spør du? Vel, la meg fortelle. Badekaret en ren dødsfelle. Hold deg under badekaret-tilfelle og bade I det. En voldsom fordi det fullt av livsfarlig fisk. I badekaret er det en hai og en piraja og en ninjafisk som sier haja. En fisk gir deg store stikkpiller, mens en annen setter på deg alt for sterke briller. En av kniv og dolker deg gjentatte ganger, mens en annen synger på DDE-sanger. En fisk opp til 50 år i bussjåføren og leser høyt fra gammel. Se og hør, badekaret til Pelle er ikke for fri.
Okay, try again. I already forgot what the syntax was here. Frame border. That's all. Okay. Did it not work? Size. What if we could make it responsive? I don't actually know. Yeah, sizing would be very easy. Okay, try Life is Yours. Where's your... Okay, let me do this. What? Something weird happened. Uh-oh. Oh no! Did I lose my... Shoot. I lost the reference to bot made this. How did this happen? I feel like I had some other fancy stuff there. Okay, so now my buddy Buck Bunny, can we do it? Well, that didn't work very well, did it? Wonder where the height. You would think, oh, you'd need to write something that would maintain the aspect ratio. Yeah, you'd have to do some work. It would take a little bit of work. I mean, or you could hard code it at like 960 by 540. Would be pretty easy. Like making sure somebody was a mod though would be a little bit annoying. I think I added code for that. Like I think I check who's who. I don't know. We'd have to break all this out in some day because this is now just crammed inside bot made this. This is definitely not something somebody else should use or could use really. Okay. Go here. Refresh cache. Buck Bunny. So that would be basically half the screen. You could also just say it's full screen and then use OBS, of course. Whoa, we got double bucks. And then YouTube clear, does that work? Why doesn't clear work? Can I not? Allow presentation flag. So, I don't care. I don't understand Oh, I know why. Of course. Like, because I didn't parse out the front yet, so this would still be YouTube clear. That's why. So I do this, and we Buck Bunny once again, my dude, and then we go clear, and it clears it. Okay, yeah. So if I had to make this, that's true. Could just check against the username. I definitely had some stuff though that was like alert. Like I think alert tries to make sure that you're a VIP or something. Yeah, it looks to see if you have badges. So if you're, no, I can check if you're a mod actually. So that looks like it does come through. So mods could do it. Okay, so the biggest question is, could I quickly rip this out and make it work without... It has to make a token. So I don't think it's quite ready for prime time. So the thing, I think there is a way to like just use it in the browser. But the identity and all that stuff is what is annoying. So you'd need a bot, and then you'd need to make the OAuth token. I guess we could just make a bot real fast. The auth token, though, is a little concerning. That's the... But I guess people do that all the time when they use other bots. I just kind of wouldn't want to pass that out. Because that's not an application thing. That is connecting as a user. Like, I don't even know if you can connect as a... This is horrible. You just show me documentation, but not like source files for documentation? Really? This is how we do this? Okay. Like, can I get it? I mean, the way for other people to use it that aren't me is the problem, and that's a problem. Like, you could log in as you. Like, I could set it up where you just put in your identity, and you would essentially be logged in as whatever account you give it. Like, I could just set this up to work that way. How would I want to do that? If I wanted people to be able to use this, and I wanted them to easily to be able to authenticate. So that uses identity, but I kind of want some examples. Like, if I have an application, does that mean that I don't have to authenticate as a user? It's not very clear. Like, if I have an application, can I get chat? You were killing me. Where do you actually log in, friend? Where do you connect? Client options. It says it's outdated. Maybe it just doesn't work that way anymore. I wish this was more explicit. I mean, could it be, can you do it anonymously? Is that a thing? Is that like actually a thing you can do? Let's try real fast. Let's just try. I know I said I was going to be done with this 50 minutes ago. Let's do a new project and make it just a web page. And that can be called Video Bot. Oh no. It can be called Buck Bunny Bot. It can be called the Video Police. Okay. Welcome to the Video Police. Get all this other stuff out of my life. Okay. So what you're telling me, I find this hard to believe. I find this very hard to believe, actually. But we'll just try it. I mean, you know, functionality is one thing, but security is another thing, sadly. So, but this, I mean, weirdly, this kind of looks like it almost might work. Okay, so channels. Is this true? Is this actually telling the truth? Okay, so if we had callbacks, events, chat, client on, really? I can't believe this worked. Okay, so if like, I don't remember how I parse these things. So we kind of want to say like if okay. And then we'd want to say something like let command equal message.split on space. It'll just be the 0th thing. Okay, so that gives us the command. And then we could do switch command. Case YouTube. And these would be the arguments. Buck Bunny. Okay, so we got the args. Great. And what was the actual thing? Oh no, I did it again. Okay, we need to just like keep this handy. This is important. We need to remember this. Okay, here's our little handler. This is our little connector. This is the channel we want to connect to. All that stuff seems fine. Definitely don't care about this. Okay. So and then we just go steal from bot made this. Whatever we did. I'm kind of inclined to say you just make it full screen and then in OBS you could decide what the size is. I don't know. It depends on if you wanted to do other fancy stuff with this. So for now, I'll just make it 1/4 of the screen, maybe. Oh. And then what did we do? We said we did this whole thing. So I think I'm going to turn that off on bot made this now, so it's not abused. And we'll just settle this inside here for now. Don't need this. Don't need this. The args is clear. We just clear it and we return. Otherwise, we try to do the thing. We try to get the ID. We try to do all that stuff. Well, what I'm saying is I would make the overlay would be full screen, but then the broadcaster could just in OBS put it wherever they want. So in OBS they could scale it down. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't have to do the full screen if you didn't want to. If you didn't want to. I mean, the broadcaster has to add it. They do have to add the source. But that's true. Then the mods could go and tweak things here. That would be fine. So that's fine. It's not hard to do that. That would just be this, basically. Say where it goes. In fact, you could just say it's always... YouTube might hate this, but we'll do it anyway. You could just say that, and then we would say, like... whatever, 960, not PX. No, it is. Is that really right? Yeah, okay. That's 960 by 40, for example. So that could be defined here. You could offset it a little bit if you wanted to. So like... Okay. And then you would do... I think this just works now. So if we try to do a buck bunny... it works. Can't do much about showing the controls, unfortunately. I don't think. Maybe there's more fancy embed options we could do. Okay, so we do this, and we do this, and we do this, and then we say YT. I would play there, and then clear. Oops. Okay, so that works. So this video police URL works. If we wanted to make it mods only, how would we do that? I feel like I have that in here somewhere. For badges, yeah. So this would basically say like, how do I want to do this? You could just have a I don't know, is from moderator. So this would let mods, broadcasters, moderators, and VIPs, you could just keep it. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we don't need to be that fancy. We could just say if whatever I said here. We could kind of just invert this. Why does my indenting seem insane? Badges equals user state badges. If you don't got no badges, we kick you out. If badges, whatever I said before. Like we kind of want the, can I do this? It's kind of a weird one. We sort of like if not one of these things. So something like that. Or like something like that. And the only thing is you'd have to put what channel you wanted to join, which we could like add that to the query string, I guess. Like what would be an easy way to make it add? Actually, that's a perfect use for window location.hash, which is probably going to be really busted in yeah, so that works. So you could actually that just works out perfectly, huh? So this should say no channel set. And in fact, we don't want to do any of this stuff unless we, I mean, this could certainly be much tidier. Is that all you? That's just silly. It's not very tidy. So no channel set, but if I do got made this, then it should join my channel. And the commands should work. Well, I just wanted to be, so either you'd have to fork this and change the code. I was just trying to make it would be easy to use for whatever. For whomever. But you could certainly go in and make edits to change this to see, like this just kicks you out if you're not one of these things, but you could check a username here or whatever. You can always fork these things on Glitch, but I was just trying to make something that would work. Right now, But does it actually work? Let's try it. Luck Bunny. Yet again. Didn't work. I broke it. Broke it. Oops. Okay. What did I do wrong? The actual error. 49. Data was not defined. Oh, it's just there. User state. Let's try this for the 87th time. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now let's actually try adding this as an OBS overlay. And I think we can just duplicate. Oh, you could duplicate. Oh, whatever. Okay, we will add a browser overlay, create new, the video police. And so for video police, we will say here, and so this is all you need to do in OBS. Is just this, and then whatever channel you want, it'll be, you know, hashtag the channel. And 1920, 1080, it's probably what I would use. I think all this is fine. You could set this so if you like toggle the scene on and off, it would automatically refresh. That's probably a smart thing to do. Shut down source when not visible might be a good idea. But anyway, so those things should work. A YouTube radio channel? Give me a channel you want to try. Let's try it. Am I going to get a copyright strike for this? I'm going to get a copyright strike, huh? On my 6.5 hour video? I'm afraid to play it. Do you think if I just stop it really fast, it'll be okay? Okay, I'm going to try it. We'll try it, but I'm going to stop it really fast. Okay, it worked. Do you think that was enough to get a copyright strike? Probably. YouTube is very strict. Actually, isn't there a Oh man. But I thought like what's that somebody cat? Something like that. What is the cat? Royalty-free music, no copyright music, YouTube. Stormy Love, original mix. Oh yeah, Monster Cat. Can I do that? Can I do Monster Cat or will I get in trouble? And go to YouTube jail. You could definitely do that. It'd really be the exact same thing we just did. Either you'd have a parameter, maybe you'd have like an arg at the end so you could hide it if you wanted to, would be one idea. Oh my gosh. Can I not Monster Cat? I just want to like... Okay, I give credit to Monster Cat. To all monster cats. But yeah, playing the video like that would just be... How would I want to do it? Video, please. 2 ways to do it. You either do it as a separate command, or my brain's starting to get fried. I've been in this for too long. Wait, why would you say no? I want to become famous. Let's go to bigfollows.com. Okay, I'm definitely getting a little brain fried after 6 hours and 42 minutes of streaming. So here's what I'm going to say. Kyle, how am I supposed to say your name? I would say, take this thing, take it for a spin. It's just videopolice.glitch.me, pound, whatever the channel name is. Give it a try. And then if it seems good and you seem like you want to like it'd be better with more stuff, then maybe we'll add some more stuff to it. But I definitely spent more time on this than I meant to. 24-hour stream, I'm probably going to accidentally do it. With timestamps? No, not currently, because we had to write that. We had to do this fancy parser. So we'd have to have a parser that did timestamps. You could also do... Yeah, there's lots of ways to do it, but for now it doesn't. It would only do... It tries to pull out that embed code. But add that to the feature list. When is Extra Life? It's in the fall, right? I've never done a 24-hour Extra Life stream. Yeah, it would be video. So this is for my channel. So it would be basically that. And then I think you just change. The thing I'm not entirely sure is like if the channel name is different than the, like if you have spaces or whatever. So it might take, you might have to play with it a little bit to figure out what the channel name is. The current permissions are, you got to be a mod or you got to be the broadcaster, I think. I already closed you, Video Police? Video Police is gone forever. We're done with it forever because I already closed it. Could be VIP, all those things. Okay, that ended up being a little bit more work than I thought it was going to be. I have to admit. I think it works okay. It could be a cool thing. That could be an interesting thing to do. But the thing we're supposed to be doing is this. When is the next stream? Probably tomorrow? Probably. I kind of just for the next 2 weeks, I'm just going to basically work on this thing until it's done. I think. Which, I don't even remember what I was doing. What was I even doing? What's the last thing I typed? Change to splash screen. So then we could do change to desktop scene. Save reward. And that was F2. Uh-oh. Is that an error? Yes. So right now, the only things I have mapped are... Oh, that's weird. Uh-oh. Why is life yours? Has bot made this? Wow, that was weird. Oh, it's because bot made this still has that video player crammed in the middle of it. But since you changed the scene, now we'll never know. No one will ever see what I'm doing ever again. Sorry. Heat gives you normalized coordinates. So they were like from 0 to 1, and then you just multiply to make them wherever. So heat already will give you like a relative position on the video, and then wherever that is on the video, you can figure out what it would be just by multiplying whatever the width is, like that. So I probably want to get rid of this. Over the key press thing? No, it's for triggering hotkeys. No, I'm not giving you full. I might make a mouse binding thing, which is a terrible idea. We tried it yesterday. Letting chat take over your mouse just makes it impossible to use your computer, but maybe we'll add that feature in for kicks. We definitely, it's potentially very dangerous to just let, give chat full control of your mouse and keyboard. Okay, so I think that means these work. Oh, this isn't for control. This isn't for remote control stuff. This is much more for like just being ridiculous. I mean, you could. You could do those things with this if you just bound hotkeys to it. I mean, we could do that, and it would be a terrible idea. Like, I could make it where you could click the screen, literally click the screen with your clicks. That would be terrible. So the thing I envisioned for this is, for example, like the thing we just did. So I have some global keyboard shortcuts that are in OBS. I'm sorry, Ben, I'm getting rid of the best reward. So these are channel points that cost 100 channel points to spend. And then I can just use this tool and say, anytime one of those channel points comes in, press this keyboard combination, or press this keyboard combination. And then I have those keyboard controls mapped in OBS. So those are real hotkeys. So if you redeem one of those, like, how come I don't see any of them? Oh, there it is. Change to splash screen, and I redeem. It'll happen. I have looked at layering board. We saw a really annoying person talk about it on a video yesterday accidentally. This guy. Oof. No thanks. So, but the idea here isn't for the broadcaster to be in control. It's just for, oh yeah, you didn't see it. We don't want to see that guy again. It's to let the broadcaster say, I want the chat to be able to do whatever, turn my lights on and off, whatever I decide that chat should do, then they could do it. And I'll just set up keyboard shortcuts or webhooks. Like, for example, let's give one to we can do one that's like turn the lights on and off. So I think first I need to add to the good morning scene, because we already set up these hooks. Good morning, scene behavior, turn these on. If I say good night, you could say good morning. So if we wanted people to be able to control those, I could say add reward, good morning, cost is 100, add reward, good night. And now I need to say what these do. So let me figure out what those, if, this, and that. And I need to switch here for a second. But I mean, Lorian board is just kind of like a Stream Deck substitute, right? For a person to control things. This is letting chat control them. Is there a way to let chat control Lorian board? Good morning. Okay, my applets. We got to figure out what the URL is. That's the only annoying part of this. Webhooks. How do you find it? Webhooks setting. Wait, I found it. Webhooks settings. I don't think that's right.
I just want to go back.
Like, there's something weird about this. Wait, you can set channel points? Can you really? There's already a way to do that? Wait, are you for serious? Lorian board will take channel points and do things for you already? Oh no. I didn't know it could do channel points. Oh no, that's terrible news. Did I do that? Oh, Ben did it. It was Ben. A channel points API. I didn't know that. Oh, man. Well, that's annoying. Well, thanks for telling me. I didn't know I could do that. Didn't this happen when I was working on Heat too? Like halfway through when I was working on whatever I was working on, we found some other thing that was really close. I had no idea that that was in there. Well, shucks. We just got to make it do something else instead. The good news is I didn't actually work that hard on that part because we just used robot.js. So that part was sort of the least amount of work. Wonder why is there no documentation for this? Why does nothing work? This is a good website. Do I have to watch an annoying person on YouTube tell me how it works? Sound alerts with Twitch channel points, lowering, wait.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can trigger sound alerts.
Great. Well, heck. What tragic news. No, shh. Just... Well, we have the we get the points now. Now we have to do something different. Yeah, the YouTube project is not for the hackathon, though. We got to do something with channel points. Okay, I got to go investigate that, and see if it actually does what I want it to do, or what I was thinking of doing. Sad. That's a sad story. I was not aware of that. I was looking at that project yesterday, but did not realize that it supported channel points. Maybe because the documentation seems terrible. Wait, is this unofficial documentation? List of commands? Oh, channel point redeem trigger. Yep. Well, it doesn't support MIDI. Does it? It probably does. Support OSC? Are those just commands? This is a truly horrible. The documentation is truly awful. Like, it's impressively bad. Oh, it does do MIDI. Of course it does. Of course it does. Outrageous. Well, okay. We'll make her do something else then. Sad story. The due date is in like 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks, I think. I mean, I don't know. There wasn't very much. Let's see. I searched for not what I'm into. I'm definitely getting very tired. 7 hours on stream. I'm definitely tired. Twitch channel points. It is, yeah, March 29th. So got a little time. I wasn't taking it very seriously, but that's kind of like, if you can just do anything with this project, Lyran board, Lyran. Oh, this guy. This is the guy. You're so annoying. Then like, what's the point? Or I'm just like, you could just already do anything you want. Seems like kind of bad software though. I need to actually download it and play with it, and we'll see. But the documentation already gets a thumbs down. Or maybe it's just this guy. Maybe the software's fine, and it's just the reason I feel antagonistic towards it is because that's the guy who I saw talking about it. $10,000 is first place. Heat won second place or whatever, runner up. Heat one runner up, so I got $1,000 for that. Yes, and the hackathon is just to do something cool with channel points. Unfortunately, channel points are not that cool. Like, they're just kind of boring because you can't do much with them that you couldn't already do with chatbots or, you know, something else, something that you could already do, whether it was with chat or extensions or whatever. So Bit makes more sense. Bits make way more sense. If people could actually pay for things and do them that way, and they made that easy, I think that would make sense. This is like, it's like introducing a new currency in a game, and then you're like, what is the point of the currency? Yeah, so I can see like placing bets and stuff like that. But it's not a new thing. You could certainly already do that with chat. So it's not new. Okay. Well, I've been streaming way too long. Way too long. 7 hours is way too long. I didn't eat any food since this morning. So, well, I just had to think about this a little bit. Maybe we'll look at that project and see what we want to do about it. Maybe do something different. Maybe we just modify it slightly. I don't know. Maybe we just make it where users can control the mouse and ruin everything. Ruin everything. Oh, it's too long. It's too long to be on stream. Streaming, your brain just gets so tired because you have like part of your brain dedicated to streaming and part of your brain dedicated to whatever the thing you're doing is. So instantly you're half as smart. That's right. You shouldn't have to change anything. Just change Scott made this to whatever the channel name is. And it should join that channel. The only thing I don't know is if like channel names, you know, if there's like, I assume there's just no spaces. If somebody's channel name had spaces or special characters, maybe maybe it changes. But yes, it should just be that. And I think I left logging on. Let me see if I did. So you can know if you connect to the video police. So if you don't set a channel, it'll complain down here and say no channel set. And then if you say, the annoying thing is if you just hit enter, it won't work. You've got to like hit enter twice because hitting it once doesn't cause you to log in. Yeah, so it'll show that it's connected. So joined here. So I could presumably join anybody's chat. Yeah, awesome. Give it a whirl. Let's see. Oh, I was not on the right. Did I do it this time? Who did it this time? Was it me? This one. Anyway, it shows down here some status messages and shows that you get connected. Which is kind of weird because I think we realized this once before, but that means I can anonymously join anybody's chat. If I just like went, if I just was like, who's streaming? Purge is streaming. Purge gamers. Purge gamers. Hit enter twice. Oh, wait. Maybe I did it wrong. That says it still joins. Scott made this. I thought maybe there's a bug. Oh, there is a bug. Sorry. Let me fix it. Now try. Good thing I checked. Purge gamers. Okay, now I'm joined Purge gamers. Okay. Well, I can't help. Thank goodness. Good heavens. Now we can see all these people talking about Dota. Nobody wants that. Okay, I'm seriously done. I will probably stream tomorrow unless I'm just so upset about Lorarian board that I don't. And I just want to do something else instead. Anyway, we've got the API all built. We know how to talk to the thing. We know how to make, create rewards and all that kind of stuff. So that's fine. That's what most of the work was anyway. The actual just press the keyboard was like nothing because Robot.js does all that. Okay, I'm seriously done. Thanks. What won last year? I don't remember. I don't think it was very good. It was 2 years ago now, I think. I think it was okay. It was actually not super dissimilar from Heat. It was a bunch of mini games, actually. Wasn't it like a mini game collection? I thought it was mini games. No? Am I wrong? I don't remember. Anyway, you can go look up the old dev post entry. I'm seriously done. I've been saying I'm done for 2 hours. I'm done. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely evening. Goodbye. Cheater.